The list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private reads, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But first and foremost, most important question, scale of 1 to 10, how are we doing today? There are no wrong answers. We're going through a lot of energetic shifts over the last month. I've been saying that the energy that's been changing since between that full moon in Sagittarius that we experienced leading into the Capricorn full moon that we've got coming up, it's just been one thing after another. And it's interesting too, because I often like to articulate that Sagittarius full moon energy can often feel like off to the races, right? Just having to kind of like bring a very direct approach to things. And it can sometimes create a little bit of this over strength feeling, like this feeling of being able to take on anything. And you'll remember that I was articulating to make sure that you were calibrating anything you were feeling during that Sagittarius full moon for this type of energy now, right? This is getting into the weed. This is taking on the work that you potentially articulated or built into that Sagittarian full moon energy. Also, the fact that when we're working through that, sometimes we go through lunation cycles that are smooth transitions. But I will point out that the transition from a full moon in Sagittarius into a new moon in Gemini can sometimes feel, the best way I can describe it is a little bit clumsy. Why does it feel clumsy? Because you've got all that Sagittarian energy. That's all of that very fast, like momentum being built kind of energy. And then Gemini is all about dispersal or the array. So you've got that straight shot and then boom, like moving into that dispersal space. It can sometimes feel a little bit disorganized. It can feel a little energetically clumsy. However, this is why we like a full moon in Capricorn coming in after all of that, because what we effectively see is working through messy expansion processes. It's a conversation that talks about how, right? Perfection often gets in the way of change, because if you're working on energetically perfecting things, you sometimes don't have the ability to move out of one's comfort zone. So the ability to feel a little discombobulated, the ability to allow for some of that healthy fracture, as it will, right? Being able to experience too the continuation of what we're energetically identifying is a continuation of what we effectively see was occurring coming out of this cycle that we also see that's happening right now, which is Jupiter finally finishing their progress through Cancer. And what did we effectively see with Jupiter moving through Cancer? The ability to deep dive into the emotions, right? So potentially, and this is what we mean about some of this energetic intensity that you may be feeling right now, because would not be surprised if you tell me right now that what you're effectively feeling is you feel like you're energetically on the cusp of things, or that there's a lot of things that are potentially transitioning in your own experience, while at the same time, you're going through a lot of deep meditative practices as it relates to one's own feelings, recontextualizing the past in relationality to what you feel at the moment. That's a lot of stuff going on. And I wish I could say that it would ease up for a certain extent, but I need to also point out that we also have the fact that we're navigating, the fact that we're going through Mercury pre-shadow. So, and I want to kind of describe this too. And there's something very important I want to bring up to you. I have a feeling that this pre-shadow period is going to be more difficult than the retrograde energy itself, because you have to understand every retrograde is not alike. You have to, there's this feeling that everyone has when they see retrogrades. Everybody has this like boo retrograde mentality to things. And you have to understand the quality by which something is in retrograde doesn't necessarily mean that it's energetically negative, right? And I want to tell you, like, for instance, if it feels like things are moving too fast, a retrograde can actually create a little bit of an energetic reprieve or a relief moment. So we see that there's something about this, right? Working into the harmony of coming into a Capricorn full moon energy at the same time that we're moving into a Mercury retrograde, which is a lot of that energetic intensity that effectively allows us to be able to focus on something, right? There's something about this retrograde that it might do a great deal of health in relationality to the ability to focus upon things. So I want you to keep that in mind, okay? However, right now, between this time that we're experiencing through that new moon in Gemini into the Capricorn full moon cycle, it can feel a little discombobulated. We were also seeing that was having a very different impact depending on where you find yourself astrologically. We went through all of the sign work yesterday. If you missed it, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on my stack and as a podcast over on Spot. You know, one of the things that we're seeing that's important, and I think that the best thing to kind of identify is all of the signs are navigating through that Jupiter transition energy right now on the heels of Venus moving into Leo. And I got to point this out. There's something really, really beautiful that we potentially see in relationality to Jupiter, right? The planet that effectively navigates our own feelings upon things, right? The shape of the way that we contextualize ourself, right? Going through all of that transition of diving into Cancer, which is going into the well of the self to be able to understand the emotions, right? And sometimes we feel like we dwell there for a little bit too long, right? Sometimes we feel like, what is it? What is wallowing if not dwelling too long in the realm of the feelings? But what do we see is effectively moving, right? What is Jupiter effectively chasing after, as it were, as it moves into Leo right now? Venus, right? There's Venus that has been effectively crossed over or cleansed Jupiter. And now we see Venus is moving into Leo. And what do we see? Jupiter is almost energetically rousing themselves and moving towards that same energy of love. So it's a conversation that talks about the incredible capacity that we find in relationality to the situations or circumstances by which our feelings effectively show, right? Because when this is a conversation that when we hold on, right, when we hold on to our feelings too much, they have a tendency of withering, right? Like that's what happens. You are holding on to your feelings, and what are they doing? They're not doing much of anything. But when you start giving those feelings to others, right? When you start utilizing them in a way that feel like they're positive or productive, beautiful things can energetically emerge there. So we see that there's a lot of that capacity by which we're identifying and recognizing those energetic growth cycles that are emerging. But at the same time, right, we got a lot of those old feelings potentially rising up to the surface. This is a continuation of the work that we potentially see in relationality to the fact that Pluto has moved into Aquarius, which is the observation of saying, like, no more compartmentalizing of the emotions. Now, for a lot of the energy that we effectively saw yesterday. For water signs, I think that there's something very positive that we see that's potentially happening right now in the ability to contextualize feelings that may have been hard to name or place in the past, right? Contextualization is really important because it's hard to be able to put our finger or our words on things. And this is why we talk about the power of words, because when we're able to effectively articulate upon a word, then it allows the context by which we ourselves can contextualize. So we see that for a lot of the water sign energy, that ability of being able to put words to things, or even potentially having the discovery of new words that is allowing one to be able to recontextualize the past in a way that one has never done before. So there's a lot of that feeling of self discovery that's potentially emerging there. And, right, it could be feeling somewhat bittersweet because it could be, again, we're navigating Saturn in Neptune, right? Saturn in Neptune is often working through the observation of being able to effectively see or make peace with the past. So there may be something that's very healing there, but at the same time, there could be something that we see that is being articulated as it relates to water signs not wanting others to misinterpret what they've energetically said. And I think like a lot of that is having to do with healthy conversation. Now, air sign energy, a lot of the gist that we were potentially seeing in relationality to air sign right now is potentially trying to get things on the ground, ironically. Because what we effectively see, right, that Capricorn new moon, full moon actually serves as a really beautiful anchor energy. It can allow us to be able to effectively identify or articulate upon something in a way by which we're able to see the possibility of something reaching a destination point. So I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're an air sign and it's not just the fact that you're working on something, but you're really trying to strive to build it into the tangibility of the current experience. However, right, one of the things that we see that a lot of the air sign energy may be doing right now is working through any limitations as it relates to the feeling of perfection. Remembering that perfection, right, perfection will actually act as an energetic blocker at times because it's the feeling of understanding that perfect is always a little bit out of reach that allows us to be able to modify our perfect more effectively. Now, for earth sign energy, I want to describe there is something that I feel is a little bit, this energy right now for those with earth signs may be feeling a little bit more rigorous. And the best way I can describe some of that rigor that we're energetically seeing is happening right now for earth sign energy is Saturn and Neptune and Aries can often create the feeling of frustration as it relates to the way that time moves, right, or the feeling that time is effectively moving in a way that isn't necessarily pleasing to the self. But this is also understanding, and this is where I see even now for a lot of the earth sign energy, recognizing, right, that what effectively changes the way that time moves around us, our own energetic movement spaces, right, the state by which we don't necessarily wait for things, but by which we're energetically activating, which often changes the nature of time. So I feel like that's a lot of the earth sign energy that is moving out of a sense of waiting and more into a sense of activation. But it may be navigating frustrations as it relates to others that don't seem as inclined to do the same work in the same way that you yourself are, right? So that could be feeling like a little bit of frustration as it relates to the environment that you may potentially feel yourself surrounded by. That is all to say for fire sign energy right now. How you doing, fire signs? Fire sign energy right now. I feel like there's something, it's interesting because I feel like what's interesting about fire sign energy is fire sign energy is taking slower approaches to things. Just like, right, we see all of these other signs that are they're utilizing into the space of energetic activation, but what we see with a lot of fire signs is working into context of composure, right, and a lot of that composure we effectively see are applying an energetic pace to things, right? It's like it's saying to me what's interesting with a lot of that fire sign energy is you would typically see the fire sign energy moving more quickly than the sign works, but we almost see, right, that one of the things that's happening right now, particularly with Venus in Leo and Jupiter also moving into Leo, is fire signs doing like taking, right? I wouldn't be surprised if there's fire signs that are basically taking more methodical approaches to things, methodical in the way that they never have before. Because, and this is interesting because while we see that the earth signs are potentially putting more productivity there, we've got fire signs that are implementing more composure, which is effectively taking time to energetically frame things that allow things to energetically grow, right? And what's interesting about that is I wouldn't be surprised if fire sign energy is effectively taking more of an observe, don't absorb mentality to things, because that is effectively the fire sign energy that is getting their feel for their surroundings, and also being able to effectively plot or articulate upon the destiny. And when I say, and it's interesting too, because it's like, it's saying to me, it's like plotting course direction, right? Or being able to articulate or define the direction that one wants to effectively move towards, but being able to do something in a way by which others can effectively understand and recognize the shape of one's own direction. So we see that that's something that's very important that may be happening there, particularly and especially because I almost feel like for some of the fire sign energies, there's something that feels very much akin to a maturation cycle that's energetically occurring. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening on Thursday, July 17th. Thursday, July 17th. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. At 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the two cards of the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we have studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving. One of the things I've tried to do in these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one on this new moon in Gemini that we just went through. I'll have one up shortly on the full moon we've got coming around the corner. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to hit everyone just a little bit differently. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 5th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. How you doing today, Kath? Good to see you. And Grand Rising, Ava. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Welcome, Jane. Looking forward to our reading. Ivana, good to see you as well. And thank you for those gifts. I appreciate it. How are you doing today, Kath? Thank you for joining us. Absolutely. And I'm still at a 7. I'm just still navigating through these lessons. I think a 7 is pretty good given this energy right now, Janae. I gotta hand it to you. Okay. A 7 is nothing to complain about. Okay. Grand Rising, Gary. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us from Mexico. Excellent. Just bear with me a moment. Yes, and thank you as well. Grand Rising Chasing. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day as well. Excellent. And thank you, Jojo, for the follow. I typically feel like every retrograde I navigate through it smoothly, except for this one I don't think. Well, again, one of the things I like to point out is I would be very curious to see if you might have had the opportunity of being born during a retrograde, because one of the things we often notice, we've just kind of noticed this in the collective, is those that typically are born around a retrograde cycle usually are like, I don't see what everyone's so concerned about. meanwhile, meanwhile, they were dropped here smack dab in the middle of a retrograde. I have the same thing with eclipses. I was born between eclipses. I'm like, why is everybody? What's gotten into everybody? What's gotten into everybody? I've been hit like this before, but I'm taking the positive through from it, even though it's tough. I'm sending you so much more on that journey, Janae. I know it's not easy. Grand Rising, Yaz. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. And thank you so much, Rhonda, for getting on the list. You will be the 5th person read for. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 6th person read for. That's incredibly perceptive of you, alcohol. How are you doing today? Anything? I'm doing well. How are you doing today? I have to point out, N4, there's no context or situation by which you can call me a grandmother, and I would take it as anything other than a supreme compliment. Is there something that you feel about grandmothers in your own life that you don't build them into the space of the highest honor and respect? That's the honorific of the highest space. And if you don't think that that's the case, then I would ask you to do a little bit of soul searching. How are you doing today? Welcome, Small. Excellent. I finally learned what listening to my intuition feels like last night. Congratulations, Chasing. I hope that I hope that something that you received here helped you with that. I love the way that you phrase that. Mel, good to see you as well. And thank you so much, Boog, for that gift. I appreciate you. Um, Yeshua is in everything, Elo, as long as we're moving into a space of love and embodying the lessons that they articulated, right? That's what they were asking us to do. How are you doing today? Welcome, Yaz. How are you doing today, Avatar? Grand Rising, Sister Shine. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Absolutely. I find it beautiful. This next moon is an anchor point, right? It is. I think it's going to be healthy, and I like to point out, it's hard too because, and I'm not surprised to see that there's potentially a lot of feelings that are coming up prior to this full moon in Capricorn because, and we were talking about this a bit in yesterday's tarot astrology, you know, it works into Capricorn energy is beautiful in understanding that there's something very subtle about it, right? It doesn't say that you have to look farther than your front door to be able to see something beautiful occurring, because the ability to put mundane things together is how we find something beautiful there, right? It's a very beautiful journey. I like a Capricorn full moon for that reason, because it can kind of build into, especially with the fact that we've got Jupiter and Venus that are in Leo right now. It's being able to understand and recognize the incredible, like the incredible being that you are, right? When you start to put that love, like putting that love towards the self, that then expands in terms of others around the self to a certain extent. As an Aquarius, yes, I feel all of this. Thank you for confirming, Janae. Yeah, I feel like that. I'm taking it slow. Absolutely. Love that for you, Kath. Yeah, I didn't notice this until now, but I've slowed down so much, even my anger. I'm very happy to hear that, Chasing. Thank you as well, Pop. So good to see you today. How are you doing? And thank you for sharing the live, dear. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Now I have to jot down September 17th because nothing is a coincidence. That's fair. How are you doing, dear? Absolutely. And thank you for sharing the live, Pops. Excellent. Hold on a minute. Absolutely. Excellent. And thank you for sharing the live, Chasing. I always appreciate it. Oh, that's beautiful. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Capricorn mothers are usually very, I mean, there's a lot of power in a Capricorn mother, right? Like it's hard, it's like getting down to business energy. That's funny because my mom is a Leo and Capricorn, and she's your anchor. That is an intense combination, right? I imagine they're a force to be reckoned with. Aries sun, Sag rising, not acting out of emotion, Cancer moon with that. But even that, right? Like I told you, there's a lot. I need to point out there's something really important that's happening right now, Pops, for those with Aries placements, because Saturn is in Aries. And I often like to articulate that Aries come here to heal their Saturn placements. So there may be a lot of wisdom that's coming through as it relates to circumstances or situations. One moment. Excellent. Very interesting. Always so good to see you too. Absolutely, dear. Mm-hmm. As I mentioned, hi there, Avatar. Good to see you. Father's Leo. They've kept me afloat for sure. Love to hear that as well. We are going to get started on today's Daily Collective, but before we do so, we do have some individuals who had priority, which means they'll be read for before we start the Daily Collective. I am going to read the list for anyone who is on the list right now. If you are on the list and I have not named you, please just send me the initial where you sent the donation so I can confirm your spot on the list. Also, for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, I know that we have some bad actors that sometimes like to appear in the comments of the place where we keep the videos. If you guys could do me a favor and help to report those individuals, I would appreciate it. Being able to help purify the space a little bit more. But you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely. How are you doing today? Excellent. Good to see you today, Nicole. First time here. That's ironic because lately my ears have been telling me wisdom and visions. Absolutely. I'm a Taurus. Well, and I want to point out, like, the thing with it, I need to stress, like, something with about this energy right now for those with Taurus placements might be feeling a little bit more difficult. And the one thing I keep on identifying is it's not the fact that this type of energy, that Aries moving through other houses is never is like can sometimes feel a little bit more energetically provocative, but it's the fact that the only planet we see in Taurus right now is Mars, which can feel like a little bit like identifying or feeling like there's red flags everywhere. So I just want to bring that up as well. Excellent. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap and share, Pops. Thank you as well. All right, we are going to get started. So the list we have at the moment is Yasmin, Ava, and Janae, all three have you all have priority, which means you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. Kath and Rhonda, you'll be after the once we finish the collective. And if anybody else cares to get on the list right now, we've got 5 spots available before the list will be closed. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. And as I mentioned, all of the benefits that I've articulated for those who are super fam over on the Clock app apply to those who are also joining us on the place where we keep the videos with your paid membership. So let's keep that in mind as well. Excellent. How are you doing today? So the first person we are reading for today is going to be Yasmin. Yasmin, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And I just want to confirm, I believe you said that we're doing a dream interpretation. Excellent. And so just a reminder, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, all you need to do is send the information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Good to see you, Adam. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And Sarah, thank you for the follow as well. Before we get started on the reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Yaz here. Guys, make sure to give Yaz some love. So we are doing a dream interpretation. You know what that means. Before we get started on our dream interpretation, we always bust out the dream coconut. Beautiful. And this is a combination inside outside tea situation. So I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the inside tea in relationality to the dream, and then I'll share the outside tea. Okay. Bear with me one moment. While I read over the inside portion, I will give you guys a hearth warmer, something to discuss as I read. How are you letting go of the need to change others and applying the direction back towards the self? Mmm. Fascinating. Fascinating. Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, I love your cat's name, by the way. Okay. Yep. Ooh. Oh man. I just got like a really strong body ache at the time that when as I was reading that. So we're going to pay attention to that. Okay. That's fascinating. Okay, hold on. All right, now we're back to outside tea. Okay. All right, outside tea. I'm a princess in a castle. 2 princes come to ask for my hand in marriage. 3 vintage European style chairs are placed in a grand room in opposite directions, and family members gather to watch. I receive a proposal, and everyone celebrates and applauds. Part 3. I'm in a relationship with a tall, tattooed man who looks like a Pacific Islander. During a call, I tell them how unhappy I feel at home and how badly I want to travel and escape my current environment. They excitedly suggest we leave immediately, so I book us on a same day trip to Paris. Before leaving, I have a heartfelt moment with my mom where we cry, reconnect, and I believe she apologizes. Afterwards, I realize I don't want to leave with a man I've only known for 3 weeks. I suddenly feel uneasy about trusting them, traveling so impulsively and leaving my family without warning, even though I feel guilty about disappointing them. Part 4. I'm walking up a staircase leading to a plane with the same partner from the last dream, alongside the other passengers boarding. Feeling overwhelmed and scared, I step into a bathroom to get away from the crowd. Inside, a bride is panicking, afraid she'll be subconsciously perpetuate the same dynamic she witnessed growing up with her parents. Despite loving her fiance, she's scared of repeating her mother's fate. My partner patiently waits by the door while I talk with her. I reassure her that she can trust herself and her judgment, that nobody can know the future for certain, but that her fiance has already passed all the tests, questions, etc. He proved himself trustworthy and different from her father. She smiles and says, "You're right." Her fiance calls. "Are you ready, honey?" She happily responds, "Yes, my love, I'm coming." Wearing a beautiful white dress and veil, she walks up a staircase to join him. I feel happy for her. Before leaving, I notice a dirty restroom, clean myself up, wash my hands, and leave. I then rejoin my partner. Perfect. Can I please get 4 cards in relationality to this dream? And thank you for being the first person on the list today. You'll actually have 5. Okay. Thank you. And one more, please. Mhm. This is a dream related to healing an intimacy wound. And the intimacy wound that we're effectively having to heal has to do with the first part of the dream that you requested stayed private. Okay, I can't, there's only so much I can articulate in relationality to explaining that part of the dream, given the fact that the dream itself is private. But giving you a summary of what that first part of the dream is it's helping you to abolish preconceptions, right? That's effectively what the dream is articulating, because you have to understand our preconceptions are the spells, are the inadvertent spells that others place upon us. So when you recognize that others preconceptions are the spells that they inadvertently place upon us, then that will effectively contextualize the space by which you articulated that you had someone in the dream space inform you of something that allowed you to be able to see something with new eyes, right? It's the understanding that the work that we do to abolish preconceptions is how we effectively heal. But it's hard, right? Because a lot of that is potentially having to unpack the fear that we energetically feel, right? The fear that is necessary, and this is the work that we do. The fear that is necessary, that has an energetic logic to it, versus the fear that we're energetically working to dispel. So when we're working to cleanse ourselves of our fear, it's not the fact that we lose all of our fear, right? But we purify our fear by being able to recognize the fear that's energetically reasonable and logical versus the fear that another person energetically places within us, that often they themselves don't even recognize they're doing because they're under the spell of the fear that somebody else put in them, right? Like there it is. Like there's all the, you basically, that first part of the dream showed you the nature of the ancestral healing that you're working to effectively to navigate, or the space by which you yourself are working to effectively identify. And this is why, right? This is why when you told the individuals in the dream space, right, they immediately understood and nodded. But what did you see? You saw worry, right? Because worry is the effective qualifier of that, right? It's the worry that we effectively place, but then it's the worry that we then make sound with the space of logic that we apply to things. Now, in terms of that, right, recognizing that we are now viewing the rest of the dream in the space of what we just learned from the first part of the dream, right? The guide's showing you the inadvertent consequence by which individuals accidentally, right, put spells upon us through their own misperceptions and preconceptions that are often navigated in the space of unreasonable fear, right? And what do we see in the next part of the dream? We see, right? We see the energetic fabrication point that is built into that because you're identified in that second part of the dream as a princess in a castle. So, what you're effectively seeing now, right? What you're effectively seeing now is the way, right? The misperception in which others may have perceived you, right? So when you see that, right, you see it from the context by which you have to heal it, right? You have to heal the preconception. That's what the first part of the dream says, are you ready for the preconceptions, right? And you're like, and you walk up to the mirror, right? You're like, I'm ready for the preconceptions. Hit me with the preconceptions, okay? So you come up with the preconceptions, and what do you see in the mirror of the preconceptions? You see the space by which another person does not actually see you, right? They can't see beyond the fact that they see you as their princess. And the thing about it is, a princess is something, the problem with being a princess is there's a false perception that princesses need to be protected, right? That princesses are not or do not have personage, but rather the preconception that princesses are effectively property, right? So what do you effectively see? You see an archaic tableau before you where there's the princess in a castle, right? So someone who effectively identifies you less in the space of being a person that can make choices, right? But rather the fact that two individuals come to you to ask for your hand in marriage, but you see there that that's a false sense of choice, right? That's a false sense of choice. Someone being like, oh, look, we're giving you a choice. You can choose between one of these individuals, right? And you even identified that you said there were 3 vintage European chairs there that were placed in a grand room in opposite directions. And your family were gathering to watch, right? You receive a proposal and everyone celebrates and applauds, right? The preconception that you're seeing is the empty chair, right? Because the empty chair is the observation that none of this is actually giving you a true sense of choice, right? That when another person says, oh, we're giving you a choice, but then they choose, that's not really choice now, is it? That's a choice that is energetically pleasing for another, that creates the fabrication or the illusion that you had a choice to energetically begin with, which is why we observe, right? That's why you observe that empty chair, right? Because the empty chair is a recollection that this isn't a choice, right? They're not asking you to choose, they're asking you to make a decision. So the preconception that's effectively occurring there with the guides placing a third chair there is the observation of you understanding and saying it's not really much of a choice, is it? It's not, if you're in an enclosed space, right? If you're a princess in a castle and you're not giving the ability to choose, then creating the false illusion of choice and being like, oh look, we're letting you choose. No, you're not. That's not choice. That's a simulacrum, right? That's a simulacrum of choice. The actual choice is the false chair, is the empty chair, because it's a choice that is energetically aware that there wasn't a choice there to begin with, right? And this, right, that's the majority of the second part of the dream. And so that's why that third chair is there, because it's you becoming aware, right? It's you becoming aware of navigating the space by which energy that is often trying to be protective of you, right? When someone's protective of you, they build into the understanding of saying, what would you like to do? Where would you like to go? What do you energetically prefer? Working into the context of what it means to build into true preference. And then we see, right? We saw that you identified an individual, right? You identified in the third part of the dream someone who effectively is from somewhere far away, right? And the identification point, right? When we look at it from the context, right? When we look at it from the context of a castle versus an individual who is from an island, which is the understanding of working through the navigation point of being able to embrace that all of us, right? That all of us are essentially islands in ourselves. And in the space by which you identified the fact that you saw that individual covered in tattoos, it's understanding, right? The space by which an individual is tattooed is somebody who effectively makes their own choices, right? Even in the modality or the space by which they choose how you see them, everything you see there is energetically intentional. And you identified, right? And what we effectively see that's happening in the context of the representation in the third part of the dream is this is what it feels like to be in connection with your divine counterpart. And you have to remember that everything that we see in the dream space is effectively an energetic symbol, right? We have to read into the metaphor that comes through the energetic perception of an individual. So we saw the false illusion by which others, you're potentially healing from the false illusion by which others are trying to make choices for you in the space by which they're building into, right, naivete, and saying that something that they need to be, that one needs to be energetically protected, often creating the false illusion of decisions that don't take into consideration one's true energetic preferences. So there we see that you're moving into the maturation point in the third part of the dream, right? You're not in that castle, right? Instead, you're with an energetic counterpart, and you're navigating the fact that they themselves are energetically well traveled, right? They're well traveled in the space by which they have tattoos, which means not only, right, they're not necessarily from an experience that you yourself know, but also you're learning more about, they also have the history of themselves in terms of feeling the one of the qualities or characteristics that we see that'll be energetically connected to your counterpart is someone who's very confident in relationality to their choices, right? And the choices by which they allow themselves to be seen, but also in the ways that they effectively choose to change themselves, right? And you identified that during a call, you indicated to them that you were unhappy, right? That you felt at home and you wanted to travel, right? And escape your current environment. And the reason we see that the feeling that you wanted to escape of your current environment is because you're navigating the energetic castle situation, which is often, and this is often what happens when we're going through maturation cycles. It's not the fact that others around us don't have the best intentions for us, but sometimes it can be hard to find our own autonomy in the context of others that are arriving with their preferences, right? Just need a little bit of time to clear your head. This is you articulating, right? This isn't you desiring to leave a situation to flee. You just want to get a sense, you want to be able to kind of look at things with a clear perspective. And what do we see that your divine counterpart does in this experience? They suggest that you leave immediately. Okay. So you book a same day trip to Paris. Okay. Before leaving, you have a heartfelt moment with your parent and you cry and you reconnect and you believe they apologize. Okay. And again, I need to stress this, that often we have to articulate that in the dream space, the connections that we see aren't necessarily associated with the individuals that we see that are representative there, because you have to remember that often in the context by which we're doing shadow work, the guides like to bring this type of work before others that we would never necessarily expect or find it in, right? So what do we see that's happening in relationality to you doing the work of energetically healing? Having to navigate the space of working through another's disappointment, right? And disappointment is a heavy thing, right? It's heavy because we effectively, when we care about each other, we never want to disappoint one another. But it's also the understanding that when we truly love one another, we support each other's choices, right? And this is why we support each other's choices, because We don't want to make decisions based or built upon the fact of saying, well, I did this not because I wanted to, but because I didn't want to disappoint someone, right? That's hard, right? That's what we have to navigate when we're going through maturation cycles. And what had occurred in that moment by which you energetically connected, right? It was in the modality by which you were making a choice that you are able to effectively reconnect, because in the modality by which another person honors your choices is the sound of them energetically respecting you, right? Not the context by which another person fights or articulates their disappointment, but in the space by which another person is genuinely happy for us being able to navigate our energetic choices. And that's why you said that they apologized, right? And that was the apology that you energetically saw, because this is often what happens in the context of navigating, right? The navigation point whenever we're trying to healthfully guide someone is we recognize that we may always may navigate a space by which our purview is energetically limited with what we ourselves have experienced, right? So when we're healing, when we're raising healthily, we always understand or leave the context with something that we do not know, right? The ability to effectively navigate or work through something in a way that it helps us feel supported in our choices. And that's why you said afterwards, you realized that you didn't want to leave, right? That you've only known. But you have to understand the feeling of uneasiness that you experienced, or the traveling impulsively or leaving without warning. You said, and again, what is it with it? What is it? What is it? What is it what they were worried about? What was it that you were worried about? What was it that you're worried about? What is the shadow work that you're working out right now? What is that shadow work that you're working out right now? You were worried about disappointing them, right? So we see that this is beautiful, because even in the context by which you haven't met your divine counterpart, we see the fact that the counterpart in the dream space is already helping you with this shadow work. Because what are they revealing to you in the dream space? Do you see that you've got a little bit of, you see, you got a little bit of counter, you see, you got a little bit of shadow work to effectively navigate as it relates to being able to make decisions from a place of honoring the self, and not in the space of fearing about disappointing others with one's choices, right? That's the shape that we effectively see. And it's beautiful, because not only do you see the divine counterpart revealing that to you, but you also see the guide, in the guide coming through in the form of your mother, right? Because when did you start feeling the anxiety in your choices? When the energy was supportive of them, right? When the energy was supportive of them. So remember that, because again, that's a gift, right? That's a gift that's being revealed to you in the dream space, right? By being able to see that. Now let's get to the next part of the dream. The fourth part of the dream, you identified that you were walking up a staircase leading to a plane, which is the identification point of you potentially moving into a healthy relationship, right? The divine partnership, which is the energetic plane that we see there, right? A different plane, a different perspective. And alongside you, you saw other passengers were boarding. You said you felt overwhelmed and scared. So you stepped into a bathroom to get away from the crowd, working on it. Whenever we see bathrooms in dream spaces, it's almost 9 times out of 10, it's an intimacy wound. So you have to, like, again, the ability to understand that when you move into healthy relationship, or when you move into that divine counterpart connection, the first thing that you're going to have to navigate is working through the intimacy wound. Okay. And what did you find there? What did you find in the intimacy wound? Right? You found a bride that was panicking, afraid she'll subconsciously perpetuate the same dynamic she witnessed when she was younger, right? So this is you working through, right? The observation of energetically trying to heal from the experiences of others and navigating others' disappointments, right? The observation of working through the context of others' disappointments, right? And I need to stress this because they're not things that they themselves have experienced, but things that they themselves have witnessed. Despite loving their counterpart, they were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. And this is the work that we do in relationality to understanding how it is that we're healing, because it's the observation of understanding. And again, in the context by which we recognize that shadow work often comes into spaces that we haven't seen or experienced it. This is you potentially recognizing experiences by which you potentially saw unhealthy relationship dynamics. You saw things within partnership that potentially made you afraid of relationship. And so that ability of seeing the bride that's panicking is effectively helping you. Remember, you're in the mirror. Remember where you're looking. Remember the first part of the dream. You're looking in the mirror of preconceptions, right? And what do you remember in the space of that? Where's your counterpart? They're waiting by the door patiently while you talk with her, right? While you do that shadow work. There you are doing that shadow work, working through all of that energetic fear, right? And where do you see your counterpart? They're patiently waiting for you to move through it, right? They're not demanding. They're not trying to break down the door. They're not trying to break down the door, right? They're just energetically waiting patiently, okay? And you reassure you. What do? You're reassuring your shadow work that they can trust themselves, right? The fear of disappointment and her judgment, right? You're giving. This is you moving into the role of the higher self and giving your shadow work a pep talk, right? You're giving your shadow work a pep talk, and that nobody can know the future for certain, right? But that the counterpart has already passed all the tests, right? Which is what we effectively identify. This is what it feels like to love, right? We can never be 100% sure. We can never be 100% sure of another's intentions. We can never be 100% sure of another person's of the quality of another person. All we have to base it on is their reliability and integrity, right? And so that modality by which we see, right, you articulating to your shadow work, right? What are you doing? You're cleansing the shadow work of the preconceptions, right? You're cleansing the shadow work of the preconceptions that they prove themselves trustworthy and different from those that you energetically knew before, from any of the unhealed masculine energy that may have previously disappointed. Because that's the thing about it. When we have hope, then we understand. We don't build into the sin. We don't build into the feeling that what we experience in the past is all we can hope for. This is you building into the possibility that exists when we pin those hopes into the healthy partnership. And what happens in the context by which you have that conversation with your shadow work? They smile and they say, "You're right," right? And this is the sound of you coming into alignment, right? Because what happens now? Do you see that? Do you see that? Do you see the alignment that's occurring, the miraculous alignment that's occurring in the dream space? Their fiance calls. "You ready, honey?" Right? And they say, "Yes, I'm coming," right? So then we see that they exit. And where are you going? They're wearing a beautiful white dress and veil, and they walk up to join. And before you leave, right, you notice that there's a little bit of a mess that you have to clean up, right? Which is what you just did. And then you leave the bathroom, because that is the work of you healing the intimacy wound that brings you into alignment, right? Because when you're in alignment, both your higher self and your shadow work, right? They proceed together, right? The harmony that you're finding there is you aligning with yourself, working through, and this is a conversation, bottom of the deck, right? This is what we talk about with shadow work. Having shadow work doesn't mean that you get rid of your fear, right? Shadow work is not the space by which you look at your fear and say, "Get out of here," right? Right? And that's the thing we talk about. You start fighting your fear, it's going to feel like it's overwhelming you, but it's the space by which you come into harmony with it. You understand what it's worried about and how it's energetically trying to protect you, right? So this is a dream, right? This is a dream that's beautiful because it's showing you the work that you're currently doing to embrace your shadow work, which is not the space by which you're navigating the fear and calling it silly or unreasonable, but being able to energetically understand it so that you can move with it in alignment. And that process is how you're also healing your ancestral line, right? Because that is you effectively having the confidence to look through the mirror of preconception and not let it affect or change one's own ultimate direction. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Az. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. When we get to 50K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Oh, thank you, Bolton. I appreciate that. And thank you for the follow. Hey there, Trevor. Thank you as well. Oh, your salt lamp just flickered. Tap to claim. I know. It's a pretty wild dream, right, Adam? Yeah, nothing judgmental. Thoughts I notice about myself. Tap to claim. And thank you for those gifts, Adam. Sarah, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the misconception that princesses need to be protected. Yeah, the illusion of choice is in that third chair space. Yeah, I was wondering how come I didn't see the second prince too. It's not a real choice. Yeah, it's a false illusion of choice. That was you observing the false illusion of choice. All of us are islands in ourselves. That tattoo means self-leading. Exactly. The divine counterpart that will have will have the confidence of their choices. Absolutely. I love that. Confident in their choices and how they change themselves. Yeah, I'm going to need to swing by and pick up and before let's travel. Exactly. When we truly love one another, we support each other's choices, right? And we protect we protect each other through those choices. Thank you for reposting, Trevor. Yes, so accurate. Chiron Taurus. Yeah, welcome to it. We've got, it's fun, isn't it? Oh, Chiron in Taurus. I felt like anxiety in disappointing them and anxiety of making an impulsively wrong decision, right? And that was what was so beautiful because you moved into the position of the higher self, giving the shadow work a pep talk. Yeah, in regards to trusting counterpart after knowing them. But here's the thing about it, right? You did, what did you see that it was a divine counterpart forcing you to do anything, right? The divine counterpart, you were the one that booked the trip. You were the one that booked the trip. I just want to point this out. Did you notice? You were the one that booked the trip, right? The divine counterpart, right? The divine counterpart was not the one that booked the trip. You were, right? And it's the observation of you. And here's the thing about it: your divine counterpart, right, will not abandon you as you're moving through the shadow work of finding your confidence, right? What do we see that your divine counterpart's doing, right? Take all the time you need, you know? Absolutely. Yeah, that part got me. Thank you as well for receiving these messages, Ed. Patiently waiting for me to do the shadow work. Exactly. That's what's going to feel like when you're in connection with them. Yes, cleansing away the shadow work from the preconceptions. I know it's a beautiful dream. Thank you for sharing it with us. I wonder if that's a lesson I unlocked faster than expected. Well, we can talk about that. I sent you a message in relationality to that because there was we need to do a little bit of like, I feel like we need to do a little bit of deep diving on that too. And it's interesting because I know that you are articulate. Like we'll get into it more, right? Because I think that the thing about it is, like the first part of the dream, like, and I think it's really interesting that you identified the fact that you wanted the first part of the dream to be inside tea, because that was very Akashic, right? Like I was completely understanding as to why. Mm-hmm. You're so welcome, Yaz. Hold on a minute. We would have to do I would have to do a little we would have to do a little bit of more deep diving in that. And I want to, like, one of the things, like, I need to point out, like, it's interesting because um in terms of what was occurring on my space of it, I just articulated and recognized that something was happening. And me being able to potentially talk to you, like I would never, like I wasn't like, when, like, I would have to explain, like, I would want to talk to you and say, can we talk a little bit about what occurred that may have allowed for that breakthrough? Because I was also very surprised when I saw it. But it says to me, um, like, I want to get a little bit more insight in relationality to what may have effectively been the catalyst for it, if that makes sense. Because typically when I see things like this, there's usually a catalyst involved. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you as well, Chasing. So the identification point, um, you have to understand that what you're effectively seeing there, and we can talk about this too, the connection by which you're associating that to Paris it's working into it's working into what I'm seeing there when I read for you in that dream space is Paris is your mind palace, right? Which is sometimes the identification point of being able to go somewhere to clear your head, right? And I need to point this out. You said that you were feeling unhappy, right? And the observation of effectively wanting to go somewhere to clear your head was the observation of potentially articulating to the divine counterpart that Paris was, in effect, Paris in the dream space in that context was your mind palace, which is you moving into the mind palace to be able to see something, to be able to identify what was bothering you with more clarity, right? Yeah, hi there, Tupi. Oh, wow, really? Oh, sending you support on that journey. Well, if you would like to read into that dream, you can always get on the list. That's so true. Yep. Hi there. I'm happy to read the list, Kath. The list I have right now is Ava's next and Janae. And then you're the first one we'll be reading once we complete the daily collective. Yep. Thank you for helping, Ava. I would love to do a deep dive about that first stream. Mm-hmm. I feel like and I gotta just tell you, so typically, Yaz and I would have to do a little bit, we would have to do a little bit more exploration, which is typically when we come into a karmic closure space, we can often have breakthroughs like that. So I'd be very curious about what's been changing about your thinking recently that's been allowing some of those thoughts to come through. Yeah, Paris is my mind palace. That makes a lot of sense. You're so welcome, dear. You're so welcome, Kath. You're so welcome, Yaz. I know. I am looking forward to it too. I tried to send you information about overcoming whatever that blockage was in terms of trying to book the mentorship. So just let me know if that helps at all. My dream was understanding it. It was like I played it in my own mind. I finally dreamt it. I'm so glad to hear that as well, Sufi. And as I mentioned, if you guys have a dream that you would like interpreted, all you need to do is include the dream when you send the donation in the notes. Or if you are a super fan, you can post it in our super fan only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. I often see that those that imply the word like, it's interesting that those who imply the word salad often are having a hard time keeping up with what one is saying. So if there's anything that you need to have for better explained or slowed down for you, Evil, just let me know and I'll do my best to try to clarify it to you. I'm doing well today. How are you doing? Excellent. Just bear with me. Mario, if you would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation. I'll be happy to read for you. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Um, Spirit woman. Okay. Okay. Hi there from England. How are you doing today, Jason? Okay. Excellent. And Grand Rising Minnie, good to see you as well. How you doing today, Alexandra? It's been a minute. Welcome, Mia. Yes, I sent a reply. Okay, I'll have to double check it. Excellent. Let me see if we can figure out. If you could send me a screen cap on what you're seeing, that would be very helpful. Okay, perfect. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be we've got 4 spots available before the list will be closed. You sent it over in the disco. Perfect. I appreciate it. And if there's anybody who is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, all I need to know is the date that you are added to the hold list. I'll be happy to add you back as well. Welcome, Thorn. Hope you're having a lovely day. How you doing today, user 71? Okay. No problem, Tupi. All right. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Ava? And while we wait for the answer to that, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I got you, Minnie. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. We'll do that again after the next reading. Grand Rising, Team Alsana. How are you doing today? Excellent. All right, I'm going to pin up Ava here. Guys, make sure to give Ava some love. Okay. I am getting a better sense of my immediate soul family. During my meditations, I sometimes enter a large conference room that is connected to my inner sanctuary. The conference room is dim, and there's a large table with many chairs. I think it's the room where I meet my soul family. However, the vision is still a bit blurry. I'm also not sure if everyone is attending the meetings. I would love a soul family reading. 2 cards for my specific soul role in the soul family, and 2 cards for the overall vibe of the meetings. What are we discussing? I can't right now. That's so funny. Yeah, can I get 4 cards? Amazing. Oh my gosh. Okay, they're all out. Yeah, okay, fine. That was wild because I swear I looked like I drew out 2 and there were 4 there. Oh my gosh, you're ahead. You're ahead. You're early. It's not, you're early. How do I describe this? It says to me like, how to, early bird here. Where's your Saturn placement? Where's your Saturn placement? It's been 84 years. Oh my gosh, give me a second. Where's your book? I'm getting really annoyed with everyone's books disappearing. Hold on a minute. Okay. Give me a sec. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. Where's Ava's book? I don't have time for this today. I want to schedule. Speaking of which, oh my god, it's so annoying. Give me a second. Are you for real right now? Oh, there you are. Thank you. Okay. It's in the conference. I need to show you these cards though, because I think that you'll know what these cards mean, even as I show them to you. Like Miss Punctual is what I keep on getting. So it's saying to like, all right, let me explain to you what these cards mean. And it's interesting. Oh, you, um, nobody's coming to it. Did you call a meeting? Who called the meeting? Is there you must see- Who called the meeting? Right? Yeah, but here's the thing about it, right? Um, I feel like there's something really important about the understanding, and I want to keep on seeing. Like, I'm basically getting the observation right now in relationality to your own energy. Like you got a lot of beacon going on, right? Like this is you. Like this is you in that space of like I feel like the thing about it is um you kind of have to understand the way that you have to recognize too that in those meditations the guides are kind of giving you their perspective of in terms of how where they see you presently, right? Which is the best way that you can call an energetic meaning, like it's funny, I was about to say meeting, but the word that came through was meaning, right? The best way to effectively call um, meetings to things is bringing meaning to things, right? So the more that you're energetically embodying yourself, right? When you become authentically yourself, you basically become a beacon, and you're basically calling a meeting. Is what I'm seeing that your guides are trying to articulate, right? Because what does it effectively do? It brings others towards you that are in alignment to you, is what I keep on seeing. And I think it's what's interesting about it is the work I see that's happening here, right? Like I want you to understand, and this is what's really important. You understand and recognize that there's no waiting, right? There's no waiting when it comes to our own ability to effectively do things, right? So I want you to be very conscientious about that, because what I really see, like in terms of what I see that is important about your own Akashic, is that you came here, you came here, and this is why I was asking about where your Saturn placements are, because everything I keep on reading there says you came here to work through some kind of energy and solitude, right? Like I feel like there like and the reason I keep on identifying this is I keep on getting there was a heavy cloister energy in relationality to a past life, right? or feeling some kind of like, I keep on getting feeling some kind of protective energy, as it were, in terms of feeling. Like I keep on seeing like in a way you are kind of acting in the nucleus of something. And this is you being in the space of being that nucleus, but where's the rest of the energy? Right? Like I literally see you kind of working through, right? The identification of finding the confidence in yourself. Because a lot of that confidence that I see that you're embodying, remember, your confidence is what calls others towards you right now. And I think that it's hard because you're probably also recognizing that that confidence also repels, right? Like you've even articulated this to me. You were like, yeah, I was in this space and others were like navigating me weirdly, right? Because that's what happens, right? That's what happens when one is effectively embodying, right? Like this is what, like I feel like the guides are effectively helping you identify, right? That when you come into the embodiment of the self, it's not like problems go away. It's that there's new problems to energetically contend with, right? Like that's why we often talk about the space by which never is another person more foolish than when they say, "Oh, as long as I'm embodying myself, everything's okay." Because instead, it's the understanding of the new problems that often come along with that embodiment work. So I feel like it's interesting because here we see you, right? Here we see you, right? And your energy is actively acting as filter. And what is that activated filter doing? Some energy, it's repelling, right? And I need to point this out. If you're in your authenticity and you're repelling energy, good riddance, right? That's good riddance. Okay. That's a blessing. If you're just marching around in your authenticity and somebody's like, woo, like doesn't want anything to do with it, you have to recognize that that is a good riddance moment, right? That's a good riddance moment because that is not the energy that's in alignment to you. And what is it doing to the energy that's actually in alignment to you? This is how this is what they perceive, right? So you're acting as the way you're finding your soul family is acting as a healthy sieve. And when you're acting as a healthy sieve, then the energy naturally, right? The energy will naturally find you because, and all you have to do, right? All you have to do is be your natural self, right? Embodying that, allowing that quality because, and I just keep on seeing, right? This is the energetic ideal. I feel like this would be a very good card. I feel like this is a very good card to potentially meditate upon in relationality to this work, particularly as you talked about the empty conference room, which is like it's not the fact that you saw an empty conference room. You have to clear yourself of the thought of saying, what do I need to do to get someone to come into it? Right? You just need to be, you just need to be in your energetic presence, right? You just need to be in your embodiment and allowing the space of allowing the context of being in your embodiment to allow them, right? To allow those that you're seeking to energetically find you, right? Here's the hard part. And I already know this. Like this is the worst thing about it. There's nothing worse, right? And I even know how like frustrating this reading is. There's nothing worse than saying to someone, act naturally. Right? Like, there's nothing worse. Like, what do I do with my hands? Like, never do you feel more weird. Have you ever noticed that? Never do you feel more weird than when somebody tells you to act naturally, right? Because suddenly you're like, you ever notice that? Like as soon as somebody tells you to act naturally, you ever notice you want to do like the weirdest thing imaginable? But that's why it's called Zen. Okay, it's like that's why. Because the more you think about it, the harder it is to do. Okay, like the more you like, it's like it's always a little bit to it's a little to the left. It's a little bit that way. You know, it's like it's a little bit like that. So it's a little bit hard, and I think it's really interesting. I think it's really funny that your guides are showing it to you in the context of a content of a conference room, right? Because I see you being like, "Where is everybody?" And someone being like, "You're the first one here," and then you being like, well, "When are they gonna show up?" And they're like, "Exactly," like exactly, like your guides are like, you're like, "When are they gonna show up?" And the guides are just like, "Exactly," you know. But I want to, I actually, I want to write these cards for you because I think that like I feel like there's something important. Like like Ava, I'm gonna ask you to like. I typically don't dictate others taking down the cards that I've drawn, but I feel like there's something really important about this particular spread because I almost feel like contemplating on it is going to kind of unlock something in your meditative state because it feels they're very harmonic. Okay. So I'm gonna put them down for you. And if you want to write them down too, like laying them out and looking at them, I think is actually gonna help. It's the five, it's the five of wands in its reversal, okay, with that queen of cups in her upright, okay, with, and I like this, you see, this is just to show you, I know people are all touchy about the four of cups, but the four of cups here is beautiful, right? Because that's it's like the four of cups in its upright, and then boom, you got that seven of cups in its upright. These are some, this is like this is like a beatitude. It's gorgeous. Like this is a beatitude of a reading. It's like, thank you. Thank you so much for having be attitude. Yeah, it's be at it's be attitude. It's be attitude. It's be attitude. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much for having that reading with me. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ava. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards, the attitude. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 28K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting the reading back to the collective in the form of a giveaway. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, if you're joining us on the place where we keep the videos, welcome. You are also welcome to get on the list via my tree that is linked in my bio. Excellent. And thank you, Daniela, for those jewels. I deeply appreciate you. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day today, dear. And please remember, for those who are joining us, anything I list as an offering for a super fam or subscriber is available to you on the place where we keep the videos as a paid member. Hi there, Daniela. Yes. Daniela, when we get to the 1 card portion of the reads, I'm happy to draw that card for you. We're going to do the daily collective first, because right now we're reading individuals who had priority on the list, and then we're going to go through the personals, and then we'll get to the 1 cards. Got it? Excellent. How you doing today, Constantine? Welcome, Melvin. Oh, right back at you, dear. I'm doing well today, Daniela. How are you doing? Hi there, Pedro. All right, let's get to it. All right, the next person, I'm going to read the list for those who are asking. So the list I have right now, if I have not named you and you're on the list, please let me know just the initial where you sent the donation. Janae is next, and then we're going to do the daily collective. And then we've got Kath, Rhonda. What did I write here? Alexandra, is that you? It starts with an A. My handwriting is terrible. Minnie, and what did I write here too? Did I write Tatiana? Gosh, my handwriting. See, this is a part like Takana, I believe I wrote. Yes. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, perfect. Ah, yes, Alex, thank you. Again, I apologize, my friends, my handwriting when I'm reading. Takara. Okay, I was so close. My handwriting is terrible. It's a beautiful name. I've got you on the list here. We've got two more spots on the list before the list is closed. All right, the next person we are reading for today is Janae. A B attitude, like an attitude, like an energy of attraction, right? Like it's working into the space of being, like the attitude for being, right? That's why I said the reading's a beatitude, which says you'll bring them towards you by being in, like by being in your energetic harmony with yourself. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah. Like buzz buzz. but also in being, right? It can move, it can use it's a couple of different, it can mean a couple of different things. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Janae. Janae, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Mac, thank you for the follow. Hi, dear. How are you? This energy, man. Yeah, we can read on it. Can you let me know? Are we doing a love? Oh, can you let me know if we're doing? It's in. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Also, just put the P next time, okay? Because the apps are very jealous. They don't like to hear. The apps don't want to hear the other. They don't want to hear the other apps' names, and they're like their exes. They don't want to hear. They don't want to hear their name. They're like, don't say that name in my house. Okay. 1 minute, please. Let me just get on here to pull up the question. All right. Okay. I got you, dear. Oh man, this is like so chaotic, this energy. Oh my goodness, it's ridiculous. Pick a direction. I got it here. Wow. Yeah, can I get 4 cards, please? Mm-hmm. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Oh, I appreciate that, Danielle. Right back at you. All right, I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10. It's okay. Don't worry about it, dear. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Look at Bridget. Look at Bridget. All right. Can I get 4 cards? Boom, indeed. Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. 1 more, please. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's always with the Queen of Wands and its reversal. No one tells me what to do, gets nothing done. You cannot be in a relationship. You cannot be in a relationship with anyone, like someone who has not healed their Aries placements, which is someone being like, nobody tells me what to do. That's all we do in healthy relationship. It's all we do in healthy relationship. It's the nicest thing. Just need to do this. Great. Perfect. Absolutely. I'm done. Wonderful. I'm so happy. Thank you so much. That's all I need to do. That's all. Okay, great. Lovely. Clear, concise directions. What a gift. What a gift. What a gift that is. Right? What a gift it is to be in a relationship with someone that could not be clearer. Like, this is all you need to do. And you'll literally have the best person you'll ever meet being like, this is all you need to do. And what will someone unhealed say? Nobody tells me what to do. Okay, well, I guess you're never ever going to be in a relationship with anyone ever. Ever. Because that's all we do. That's all that a relationship is. What is a relationship? If not 2 people coming into agreement on what to do. That's all a relationship. If you don't have that, you don't have a relationship. Mutual agreement is what makes a relationship, right? Like, like without it, there is no relationship, right? But you'd be surprised. There's this misconception, right? There's this misconception of energy that looks towards relationship for some kind of like satisfied sense of dominance, right? Like go get a puppy. Like it's just like it's not functional, right? Like have you ever seen somebody, right? Like have you ever seen someone in a state or a nature by which another person articulates and says like, "Oh, right? Like this is my person, like this is my person. They don't care about me. They don't ask any questions. They're not energetically concerned," right? We identify and recognize that when we care about each other, right? Then our concern is often articulated by what we energetically ask from one another. And I feel like I see two different things happening for you right now. Wow. And I think that this is important too, right? Because I went to straighten these cards and I feel like this is what I basically see is happening right now around you. Okay. Which is having to navigate, right? And you'll often see this, right? Like the sound of someone that is trying to build into an unhealed relationship. What is the song that someone that's not ready to enter into partnership will sing? Are you going to deny the fact that you're energetically attracted to me? Right? Like they misperceive, right? They misperceive a relationship. A relationship is not conceived on mutual attraction, but often, right? Often energy that is not in a healed space will look at attraction as some kind of traction, right? Right? They'll effectively try to get somebody all wound up and then say, "Are you going to deny what's between us?" And the answer is often, yeah, right? Because if all that exists is chemistry, that's not a relationship. That's chemistry. That's chemistry. That's a chemical set. And chemical sets are fiascos waiting to happen, right? Because you can't be in a space. You can't be in a space. That's what the word fiasco means. Fiasco means flask in Italian, right? Like I'm not saying that. I'm saying that specifically, right? A relationship built strictly on chemistry is a fiasco, which means it's a disaster waiting to happen, right? Because it's the observation that if there isn't a mutual agreement on the direction that the relationship is headed, then eventually there's going to be that breaking point, right? Two forces trying to pull in different directions is always going to lead to something negative happening. And that's the thing about it. Like I see somebody potentially who's still looking at relationship from the infantile perspective that it's tug of war. And the thing is, you have to understand that's how spirit sees it. Spirit sees that as infantile. Spirit sees that as infancy. When another person looks towards relationship for tug of war, right? Then that's not a relationship that can go anywhere because all of the effort, right? All of the effort that is expended, right? All of that back and forth could be utilized to create peace on earth, right? You could be utilizing that to create peace on earth. You could be utilizing that to create a million different things, right? It's a waste of creativity. It's a waste of energy. And the thing about it is, and I feel like this is what's difficult about it. Like I see somebody that's running away from you, right? Completely convinced that you're going to energetically chase after them, right? Like it's like it's baby energy, right? And what does baby say? What does baby say? Chase me, right? That's what baby says. Baby says chase me. You can't catch me. That's what baby says. Baby. And that's why we identify, right? And I feel like what's hard about this is I see you energetically just proceeding, right? I see you. And here's the thing about it, and that you've got a guide on the other side that says, don't forget your purpose, right? I wouldn't be surprised if you connected with this person right around the time that you recognize your purpose. And remember, I keep on hearing your divine counterpart is not going to make you drift from your purpose. Your divine counterpart is not going to make you drift from your purpose. Your divine counterpart is going to have the same purpose as you. I mean, maybe not exactly, right? Maybe not exactly, because this is what I'm getting with the divine counterpart here, right? Maybe not exactly the same purpose, but they're gonna appreciate the purpose that you hold dearly, right? And I don't know what this person said to you. I don't know what I'm getting in terms of a negation space here. Nothing about you, silly. Nothing. Nothing about you is silly. We don't diminish. We don't diminish things we don't understand. And here's the thing about it. We don't need to believe the same things in order to energetically respect them, right? And I feel like there's something important about that too, because I've got, like I said, I've got two different energies around you right now. And one of them feels maybe not on the same page, but the same book. I feel like you need to write that down. Okay? One moment. Oop. Yep. Oh, okay. Two more. Hold on. Yeah, there it is. And so the primordial tarot came through, and this has to do, right? Right. This has to do with some of those past life memories that were coming towards you, which is to say, like, and I don't mean this like in a, like, I don't like, I feel like what one of the things that was coming through that the guides were trying to show you is how in past experiences, this energy, right? Like, it's like, I keep on hearing, like, love is not a battlefield, but you would be really energetically surprised how another person will try to make it one instead of just recognizing the fact that we can't, nobody forces us onto our healing journeys, right? Because if another person forces us onto our healing journeys, then that's the story by which another person articulates that another person won the, like, I keep wondering, like won the war, right? Like it's the identification of understanding that we find each other when we're energetically ready, right? We don't demand, and it's the weirdest thing when I read for this energy, like somebody trying to demand, like I told you, why won't you cleanse me? Because you can't be cleansed with an attitude like that. Right? You can't be cleansed, right? Like, just like cleanse yourself. Like, you know what I mean? There's and I think that it's interesting because, like, again, everything I'm seeing here, right? Like, I see somebody that's suffering. Like, I see somebody that's suffering in an ego of their own creation, and you can't get them out of that machine, right? If somebody's suffering in an ego of their own creation, there's only one person that can get them out of that machine. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience. But and this is, I wouldn't be, and I'll tell you right now, like, confirmation on this is the fact that they're going to start they're going to start saying, they're going to start reaching out to you with like the most ubiquitous stuff, like complete, like absolute non sequiturs, right? Which is potentially, remember, their non sequiturs is bait to try to say to you, aren't you still interested in saving me? Right? The non sequiturs in bait that articulate the identification of someone saying, aren't you still interested in saving me? We are not here to be each other's saviors. We're here to save ourselves for one another. Thank you so much for being here and receiving these messages, Danae. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing, whose cards are these? We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 2 spots available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Kath, these are your cards. So I'm just going to place them here because I have to hold them until after we're done the daily collective. And there's some very unique information coming through right now based upon a situation or circumstance. Hold on a minute. Yeah. And just reading over. One moment, please. Hi there, Raghav. If you'd like to get on the list, dear, we've got 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. That's so kind of you to say, Sophia. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I don't want you ever to be in a fear space here, Anja. If there's anything here that's making you feel distressed, I would encourage you to step away, because we're only here to effectively help others in a supportive environment. Okay. Hen, thank you as well. Just reading over the comments. You did have the bird's eye view, Bridget. Yes, communication in a relationship. Tap to claim row. Mm-hmm. Bridget. Yeah. Thank you for confirmation, Janae. Yeah, it's a lot. And the thing about it is, like, it feels like somebody trying to be scary, but it's baby energy. Like, that's the funny thing about it. Like, it feels like somebody trying to be intimidating, but it feels like baby energy. Mm-hmm. Thank you for confirming. Bridget, thank you for also receiving this message. Mm-hmm. I feel like it's interesting too, because the guides are articulating about taking some time right now to focus on your purpose and asking yourself if this relationship feels like it's in alignment to it, or does it feel like it's trying to pull you further away from it? Yeah, not the same page, but the same book. Yeah, same page, but not the same book. Yeah, I said it backwards. Yeah, same book is good. It needs to be the same chapter. Exactly. And here's the thing about it, right? But no, it has to be the same book in relationality to saying, right? Someone has to have the same standards, right? They have to have the same standards, even if they don't necessarily believe the same things as you do. Yeah, it's not a competition. Wow, that's wild. That's a wild thing to text someone, Bridget. That is wild. Grand Rising, Laurel. Good to see you today, dear. All right. So we're going to get started on today's daily collective. But if you would like to get on the list today, the list is open. You will be, we've got 2 more spots available before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I mean, clearly, with an answer like that. Before we continue with the daily collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We will do that again after the next reading. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. Hi there. How are you doing today, Nivedita? We're about to get started on the free collective. So if you'd like to stick around for that we always try to offer a free reading each day. Also, sometimes those messages that are here are also here for those who need them as well. Okay. And if you guys could do me a favor, and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time. And thank you, Erica, for reposting. Thank you for sharing the live sunset. All right, just bear with me one more moment before we begin. All right, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Drega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, June 24th, 2026. We are going to be doing a harmonic energy update today. We're going to get started on the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread. First 2 cards that we're drawing with today are our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal, in combination with a Knight of Pentacles in its upright. So we like to see these 2 cards in combination because this is a conversation that we often have in relationality to healthy counterpart energy. And the important thing to identify as it relates to counterpart energy is the feeling that we don't necessarily need to be embodying the same energy at any moment, right? Because what happens if you're embodying the same energy at the same time? It can often feel more like you're butting heads with someone. So being able to identify what feels energetically complementary is working through, right? And this is what we're seeing with a lot of these strength relationships that are coming into focus right now. The strength that is found in being energetically adaptable, which is the experience by which we ourselves are able to effectively navigate circumstances or situations in a way that allow things to be energetically stronger, right? This is how we become each other's cornerstones, right? And you'll often recognize or identify that ability to effectively work through things, or the ability to be energetically adaptable, is often articulated via the conversation of being able to articulate to each other what those needs are in order so that we can meet them more effectively. And this is why we also understand, and this is what's hard about it, right? Because one of the things that we're potentially seeing for a lot of these strength relationships that are coming into being right now, and you'll recall that these strength partnerships were starting up from the time that we experienced that Taurus new moon back in May up until the present, is the hard part about it is that trauma teaches us, right? Trauma tries to teach us not to be silent, right? And when trauma teaches us to be silent, what we effectively identify is trauma creates more trauma, right? Because when trauma articulates the fact that it's rude to be able to articulate your needs, it's very convenient because then another person has to exhaust themselves trying to figure out what those needs are, right? So when we understand that the shape of the trauma is often created to create more trauma, then we understand that we work oppositional to something that we've effectively experienced, understanding that that is the sound of us getting energetically stronger at things. And so we see that for a lot of the energy doing this work, it's having a different impact depending upon where you yourself energetically align more. And this is why we articulate upon working through the masculine, feminine, and non-binary space of the energy, because it understands that the work that we have to bring into things is often calibrating to find that perfect sense of balance. And this is a sense of balance that we bring to every relationship, right? This is also why you'll also notice that there is no one size fits all approach as it relates to fixing or unifying or harmonizing a partnership. Because what could be healthy for one person, right? What could be healthy for one person could be extremely energetically toxic for another. And this observation of being able to understand the qualitative approach of how we heal relationships is via the communication of articulating a clear need and another person being able to energetically meet that need, right? And it sounds, right, when I articulate it this way, it sounds like the simplest thing ever, right? So what gets in the way? What gets in the way of all of that? Center card for today's spread: energetic trauma, right? Because trauma, healthy relationship, right? What if I told you healthy relationship exists on the other side of your authenticity, right? If all you had to do was be energetically authentic to find counterpart, understanding that your authenticity is going to energetically act as sieve, right? And here's the thing about it: you have to let go of people pleasing at the same time, because you're going to be in your authenticity, and some energies going to absolutely hate it, right? They're going to detest it for no reason, right? And that's okay, because the space or place by which another person detests something without being able to articulate or define a reason often is the shape or nature of the work that they are not doing to energetically heal effectively. Because when we have unreasonable feelings, right, the unreasonable feelings point in the direction where the healing must go. So when another person has unreasonable feelings about us, right, which is to say, right, it's not the space by which another person can't say, this is something that you could change, right? This is why it's necessary to energetically change it. This is why it's energetically hurting, right? If we have unreasonable feelings about each other, which is the understanding that we are not each other's business, right? Respectfully, we're not each other's business. And when we understand that, then we actually get in the business of being very interested in understanding when we have unreasonable feelings about things. Because when we understand that the unreasonable feelings point us in the direction of where the healing must go, the next thing we need to determine is whether it's an inside problem, something that we need to work out within ourselves, or an outside problem, something that needs to energetically be adjusted, adapted, or changed. So that's what we effectively identify is occurring right now. And what's happening here, and I like this too, because those three cards that we're seeing are effectively showing us how the energy, even through these strength relationships that are coming into being right now, are navigating that, right? Because what do we have here? We've got feminine energy, we've got masculine energy, and we've got non-binary energy, right? Each having to take different energetic positions as it relates to navigating circumstances or situations, particularly and especially as it relates to healing from trauma, right? What is feminine energy doing right now? Feminine energy is doing that work and letting go of people pleasing, right? Because when we understand that there are many, trauma makes people unreasonable, right? Then when you are people pleasing in a trauma environment, you are the cause, you are creating trauma with your people pleasing, right? Not wanting to be unpleasant is the sound of energetic atrocities occurring. Because when you understand that trauma is the space by which another person is carrying an unreasonable feeling, then when you recognize that your ability to effectively carry that unreasonable feeling for another person, that's you, right? Becoming the instrument in perpetuating trauma. So we see that that's a lot of the feminine energy that is getting more comfortable in being unpleasant about things, because feminine energy is not weighed by pleasantness. It's weighed by being able to articulate and state healthy boundaries. While we see for masculine energy, right, this is a lot of the masculine energy that's potentially working on being more energetically patient, right? And in the space by which we see that that patience is occurring, is understanding that patience is also productivity. It's the ability to identify and recognize and move things forward in a productive way, not in the space by which we effectively identify or recognize the nature or the shape by which we ourselves are effectively trying to force our own determinations into things, right? And because this is often what we see in the fallacy of an unhealthy manifestation goal. Because a healthy manifestation goal is one that is mutually agreed upon. It's one that allows for that sense or that space of mutual harmony. So, this is why we see that this is masculine energy that's working through, right, the understanding of energetically getting productive. And how do we see that the masculine energy is getting more productive? By getting a better sense of what those manifestation goals are, right? Because without a manifestation goal, we often start to build more into the space of looking for something to energetically, like if you don't have a manifestation goal or a purpose, then one effectively moves towards energetic avarice, which is the space by which one feels that one is effectively like energetically lost or not able to effectively identify what one's purpose is. So I feel like this is a lot of the masculine energy that's getting better at focusing upon their purpose, because it's that purpose, right? That ability to articulate upon the purpose of things that allow us to be able to do things in ways that we've never dreamt or thought before. So this is a lot of the masculine energy that's like kind of going through, like this is a continuation of Jupiter moving out of Cancer and into Leo, which is saying a feeling that is articulated is a feeling that's real, right? And the value and the power of putting our emotions to words is how our feelings become real, right? And often in the space by which we're avoiding them is often articulated in the space by which we refuse to acknowledge them. And there we are. And here's the thing about it: when you don't acknowledge an emotion, others have to carry it, right? Like that's the wild thing about it. When you're not carrying your emotions, right? There you are, not carrying your emotions. And in the context by which you're not carrying your emotions or you're not articulating it, there you don't see the hidden burden that you're putting on everyone around you that's effectively having to carry them for you. So once masculine energy sees this, you can't unsee it, right? When you understand the hidden burden that occurs in not speaking upon your feelings, then you get in the business of speaking your feelings more, because there's no hiding feelings. It's just the observation of who is carrying those feelings. Are you doing the responsibility of carrying them yourself, or are you putting that burden on another person? Right? I told you, strength relationships. And this brings us to the non binary energy, which is being identified with that Nine of Wands, and it's up right now. It's very interesting because we've been getting a lot of Nine of Wands energy that has been coming up in the top row. We had that last week. We had that incredible reading that we did with all of those major arcana out. And the Nine of Wands in its upright effectively speaks to us about the ability of not necessarily, and I think that this is important because we see that with a lot of this Nine of Wands in its upright, I feel like a lot of the non-binary energy is utilizing discernment in relationality to how they themselves are effectively communicating in and upon and around things, right? Because here's the thing about it: when another person, when another person is not holding standards, it doesn't energetically require a conversation, right? The observation, and here's the thing about it: we can articulate on why something is energetically important. And when we are able to articulate upon why something is energetically important, then that ability to identify or to recognize the value, the intrinsic value of holding an energetic standard is the space by which, and this is often what happens, right? Sometimes the observation by which one builds into the assumption that others hold standards as we do is often the space by, or the nature by which we effectively see that force of action energetically applied to things, right? And it's the application. I feel like that's a lot of the non binary energy, recognizing the difference, right? Working through and recognizing the difference when it comes to relationship as it relates to the difference between someone effectively giving lip service to something, right? Which is the conscientious space that another person says, of course, but isn't energetically applying the right action towards it, right? So I think that there's something very important about that as it relates to non binary energy speaking upon their feelings, particularly and especially as it relates to the difference between someone articulating the fact that they're comfortable with something versus the space by which they're energetically broadcasting something else, which is often the space by which we identify that we're not necessarily in alignment with ourselves, or something that we're doing isn't energetically aligned. I feel like there's a lot of that concentration that we see in these relationships that are built upon and based upon personal alignment. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread as we move into those world relationships. Can I get 2 cards, please? Clarification with the Judgment card in its reversal in combination with our Hermit card in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing there? And this is really intriguing because the Hermit card in its reversal, particularly with the world relationships, I feel like what we're effectively seeing there is building into empathy. Like Judgment card, here's the thing about Judgment card in its reversal and Hermit card in its reversal is all about the conscientious nature of having empathy for something, right? And empathy is often identified, and this is the thing about it, and I feel like this is what's happening with those world relationships. You don't need to go through something in order to have empathy for it, right? You don't need to go through something in order to have empathy for it. And often the state or nature, right? The sound of entitlement, when you recognize that the most entitled energy you'll ever meet, what does entitled energy say, right? What is the song of entitled energy? I've never experienced it, so it must not be real, right? That is the egoic journey of entitlement, is the state or nature by which one is energetically entitled to such an extent that one does not have to experience something. And then one refuses to believe that something is true simply because one has never experienced it, right? And here's the thing about it. Like I feel like that's what a lot of those world relationships are articulating, right? The observation of how silly it looks when another person is like literally defining, like singing the song of entitlement, which is the space by which another person says, I've never experienced that. Another person says, exactly. Yeah, exactly. like it's mind bending, right? It's really frustrating when one goes through those experiences because it's the observation of understanding, right? The viability point that effectively arrives in terms of being, and then this is why we effectively hold, right? We hold each other's we hold each other's experiences carefully and respectfully, which is the state or nature by which we effectively work towards understanding something in a better way. And the thing about it I keep on seeing is I feel like these are a lot of the relationships, and remembering these world relationships were coming together between the time of that Capricorn new moon that we experienced in May leading into the Taurus new moon that we experienced in May leading into that Capricorn new moon that we saw that was happening back in January, right? The understanding that the beauty of authenticity is that it delights in exploration, right? The beauty of authenticity is one that delights in exploration, which is the understanding that when we're working through something, we desire to understand it more, right? We dive into it even further. And so I think that that's really interesting because I feel like for a lot of the energy working through that observation or those experiences by way or by means of having to effectively define upon something, right? I think it's beautiful because I feel like they're holding themselves more preciously because they're mutually acknowledging, right? They're mutually acknowledging the experiences that they had that they thought were personal, but they're coming into that deeper, intimate connection that's helping them understand that something that they felt personally is far more universal. And this is often the gift the counterpart brings us, which is the observation of recognizing that we're not alone in energetically experiencing something. So I feel like there's something very beautiful about that because it feels welcoming, right? They're finding a home and relationship that they've never experienced before. And even in the space by which you're experiencing that transcendence, there's also something that's occurring there that is helping them to recontextualize the past as it relates to another person potentially articulating, right, not being in alignment with them, by recognizing the fact of them saying, what are you talking about? Right? Like literally, like I keep on seeing like having to heal from relationships with energy in the past that was effectively struck dumb by their experiences. And you have to understand that when I say dumb, I mean numb, right? Someone who like was not able to energetically connect with something the way that we ourselves do. And I feel like there's a lot of feelings that are being unpacked there as it relates to what that was about. This brings us to the moon relationships. And the moon relationships were coming together between the time of that new moon in Capricorn that we experienced in January, leading into Uranus going retrograde back in September. Clarification between the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal and the Knight of Pentacles in its upright. Magician card in its upright. I feel like what's hard for some of these, for some of these moon relationships, I think that there's a deeper level of healing that's occurring here. And why do we see a deeper level of healing that is potentially occurring right now for some of these relationships? It has to do with the nature of moving through past experiences that were most like where it seemed that another person's priority was simply to change another. Our job, right? We are when we are in healthy relationship, it should never feel like our priority is changing another, right? Because we can't take that endeavor on ourselves, right? It should never create the space. We change for one another, not at the behest of each other. And why do we change for one another and not at the behest of each other? Because when we're changing for one another, then we're in energetic alignment, right? Then we recognize and identify that is a journey of joy, right? The journey of joy is perpetually changing for one another in ways that feel like they refine and define us, right? It's the divine changing that allows us to become closer to who we effectively are, or the relationship that we aspire for. But when but when we become too demanding in relationship, it often feels like we are in a relationship at the behest of another, which is often, what is a behest relationship? Someone saying change or else, right? And there's no joy to be found in a behest relationship, right? Because a behest relationship is the space by which another person isn't changing from a point of joy, but because they feel like they have no energetic choice. So I feel like it's hard because this is the energy. These are the moon relationships that are finally in healthy partnership. And what do they find that's occurring there? Healthy transformation in the best way possible, while simultaneously healing by being able to observe experiences in the past what felt more like behestial relationships. And what is a behestial relationship? It's a relationship where one changes not because one aspires to change, but at the behest of another because it feels like one must. Continuing to get clarification between the Knight of Pentacles and the Nine of Wands in its upright. One card to close. Oh, sliding card. You see how the card just slid out of the deck. I've never had a card come out like that. It's a Queen of Wands in its transverse. And I got to be perfectly honest, I don't mind seeing a Queen of Wands in its transverse, right? Because a Queen of Wands in its transverse is the definition of being able to find of discovering a trauma environment, right? And usually, the sound that you'll usually say when you recognize a trauma environment, there's only one song that you'll hear, which will suddenly help you recognize a trauma environment. Seems like nothing I do is right, right? Like that's the thing about it. Trauma environments can never qualify. There's a trauma environment around you that never qualifies the right action. Just articulates, right? Just articulates upon the penance instead of the blessing, right? The definition of a trauma environment is someone that never articulates what the right direction is, but will be very quick to point out what the energetic penance is in relationality to what isn't it, right? And that's often where we identify something that is energetically unhealthy. Because again, when we recognize or understand that when we're building into the quality and encouragement of moving towards one's highest self, then the observation of being able to articulate how easy that journey can be is often the most liberating thing that energetically occurs to us, because it's the understanding of being able to move towards the mutuality, right? The delight of healthy manifestation goals that don't energetically affect others. So when we're working into that context, right? I like to point out the Queen of Wands in its transverse is the reaffirmation that says a healthy manifestation goal is one that can be mutually shared. A healthy manifestation goal is one that can be mutually shared, is the observation or being able to articulate and define what do we see that these relationships are doing, right? What do we see that those new relationships are doing, those strength relationships? They're getting better with their words, right? And here's the thing about it, articulating your manifestation goal in relationship, it'll move energy away from you. Good riddance to it. Because if there's something that you aspire for in relationship, and it moves another person away from the self in the context of articulating it, then that's the sound of you getting closer to that manifestation goal, not further away, right? Because we don't go towards each other with the sense of changing each other's opinions on our manifestation goal, but rather in seeking those who are in alignment to us. So what do we see that the energy is doing right now in solitude? This is energy in solitude that is getting better at refining upon their manifestation goals by getting better with their words, identifying and recognizing and healing the people pleasing. Because if you want a manifestation goal, you've got to you've got to let go of that feeling or that anxiety as it relates to people pleasing. Because even in the space by which you're able to effectively let it go, what you're effectively identifying is that's the sound of you being able to effectively be proud, right? Being energetically proud about the fact that you're able to articulate, like if you're doing something as simple as articulating upon your needs in order to get them met, and another person takes that personally, there's no space or nature by which that is the energetic person for you, right? So I feel like it's interesting because what we really see is happening right now is a lot of the energy in solitude is healing from perseverating, right? And what is perseverating? Perseverating is having the inability to be able to articulate upon what it is that we energetically want. And the problem is trauma creates perseveration in us. Clarification, right? 9 of Wands in its upright with the Judgment card in its reversal. Trauma delights in perseveration, right? Trauma delights in perseveration because it allows for energetic separation, right? The modality or the experience, right? The modality or the experience by which we ourselves work through things is often articulated or defined with the energetic clarity that we bring to circumstances or situations. So what we effectively identify is for a lot of these relationships. And I want to just show you these cards together because I think they're really important in navigating what we see a lot of the energy in solitude doing right now. We've got the Magician card in its upright in combination with the Queen of Wands in its transverse and the Page of Pentacles in its upright. So what does that effectively identify when you see those cards in combination? It talks about what it means as we work towards one another in the ability of energetically facilitating things, right? And when you think about manifestation more from the state of facilitating, right? How does that change your relationship to your manifestation goal, right? As soon as you recognize that you are the embodiment of your manifestation goal, then you don't say to yourself, where is it? You say, how can I better facilitate it energetically occurring? And in the modality by which, and here's the thing about it, there you'll be doing the work to facilitate, right? There you'll be doing the work to facilitate, right? And it'll effectively, when you facilitate, it will separate from those who truly aspire for a manifestation goal versus those who just say what's energetically required in order to feel like they're trying to move towards a partnership, right? Like there it is, healthy facilitation that effectively helps one to be able to discern between those who will say anything to get into a relationship to meet their own ends versus someone who truly aspires for something that is able to effectively put that into energetic practice. We see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? Being able to effectively articulate or identify, right? This is a lot of the energy that is not sticking around for others' perseverations, just recognizing and identifying what another person does when the solution to, right, when the solution to their manifestation goal immediately becomes present, right? And this is what we see is happening right now with a lot of those world relationships, clarification between the Hermit card and the Judgment card and its reversal. We've got the Five of Cups in its upright. So what are we seeing with the Five of Cups? And I got to tell you, these world relationships right now, I feel like there's something very energetically important that we're identifying with the Five of Cups in its upright. And the Five of Cups in its upright talks to us. It talks to us about the journey of trying to do something perfectly, which means like when we're doing something perfectly, it's always going to feel like it's somewhat imperfect, right? Like there you see someone perfecting something, right? There you see something perfecting. And this is a continuation of the journey that we saw of Jupiter and Cancer, right? The difference between how others perceive things versus what it feels like to be in it, which is the space by which another person, right, is trying to do something and they feel that they're far from perfect from it, and another person sees they're exquisite, right? Like that's often what happens. There we are. There we are doing our best to meander through things. And all another person sees is our perfection or our exquisiteness in energetic action. And it's hard, right? Because for a lot of the energy effectively doing that work, right? It often feels like it often feels like there's that quality of erraticness or that quality of trying to bring something together, right? But the thing is, others don't see others don't see those parts. They just see the work that we it's like it's working through the energetic accomplishment point. So I feel like there's something important about that because I feel like for a lot of those world relationships, I told you something about this time that we're experiencing right now. between that Gemini, um, that Gemini new moon into the Capricorn full moon with the Sagittarius full moon on the other side of it, it can often feel like there's a lot energetically happening or one's trying to juggle a lot of things, but it almost articulates upon the fact that when we put a valuation point on that, right, then we effectively work through things in such a way that we try to do the best that we possibly can, and others effectively see that. And it's a space by which another person is seeing, right? There we are effectively working through something and it feels messy, but all they see is exquisite. And I feel like that is the conversation that the energy is having that feels like a relief, because it's almost like they're going through the process of doubting themselves. And in the process by which they're doubting themselves, the counterpart is effectively fortifying just as quickly. This brings us to the Magician card in its upright in combination with the Queen of Wands in its transverse. And this is bringing us back into those moon relationships. So clarification between our Magician card with the Queen of Wands and its transverse, please, one card. We've got the Five of Swords in its upright. So we've got a lot of five energy here. And we need to talk about this five energy, because the thing about it is that the Five of Swords in its upright is working through. The Five of Swords in its upright is often the journey of working through, like the Five of Swords in its upright with a Magician card and a Queen of Wands in its transverse is often working through, like, I want to describe this as like the blessing and curse of being energetically effective, right? Because when you are effective, what you will effectively identify are individuals or circumstances that will then be upset at you for not energetically being energetically effective to their benefit, right? Like, this is what I see some of the moon relationships contending with right now, right? They're energetically contending with the observation that even when you're doing everything to be effective, there are those that will take it personally that you're not being effective to their benefit. And I feel like there's something really healing for a lot of those moon relationships as it relates to navigating circumstances or experiences by which they're dealing with another person's unreasonableness, right? And that's often what happens, because you'll go through the quagmire of like navigating another person being unreasonable and another person trying to help you through it and being like, well, what did you do? And being like, I didn't do anything. And being like, maybe that's the issue, right? Like, there it is, like the observation, right? The observation that sometimes, like, when someone's deep in their ego, that is enough. When someone is deep in their ego, simply that is enough. But here's the thing about it: when you recognize the quality or condition by which someone is so deep in their ego that it's not the fact, like whether when someone's working through something personally and the context by which they identify or they articulate upon the fact that someone is energetically upset because you're not being effective for them, then you understand, right? That's the energy that understands the full nature of something that they themselves are working through or energetically contending with, right? Because that's, like, I keep wondering, like, that is the problem with being energetically effective, is what I keep on seeing. And it's not easy, but I keep on seeing the fact that they're helping each other see that is how they're effectively supporting one another through it. Continuing to get clarification between the Queen of Wands in its transverse in relationality to the Page of Pentacles in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? And we're moving back into, this is moving us back into those energies in solitude, those strength relationships. Wow, Page of Swords in its upright. So we've got, I need to point this out, we've got double page energy here. And I like this double page energy because this is effectively the energy. This is what we see is occurring right now for the energy that is in solitude. Okay. And so I either see the condition by which the energy is working through, like a lot of the energy in solitude, getting very focused upon their energetic purpose, right? Purpose is not oppositional to partnership. Purpose is not oppositional to partnership. And the ability to define a purpose as one works towards partnership allows one to make that purpose even stronger, right? When purpose is aligned to partnership, that is the sound of passion, right? When purpose is aligned to partnership, then that is passion, because that is the space by which energy shares the same passion, right? Feels the same excitement towards things. And here's the thing about it, it does not require us, right? Having a healthy relationship does not require us to be in perfect lockstep, right? We don't have to be we don't have to be each other's perfect replications, right? But the observation, right? The observation of being able to recognize or identify, right? What that alignment point is. I just keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful about this, because I feel like there's some energy right now that is coming into a relationship, getting better at their confidence, right? And the confidence by which they're able to articulate upon who they are, what they're seeking, is what's allowing for faster alignment, right? Because when we get out of the business or the worry of being liked, right? And instead work towards purpose, then we don't like, then if our purpose moves someone away from us, we don't take it personally, right? We wish each other, we wish each other the best, and we continue to move forward. So I feel like this is interesting, because I feel like there's a lot of this relation, these energies and separate, like solitude right now. They're not looking towards relationship to win some kind of likability contest, right? Like it's like they're not doing it. They're over it, right? Like being a relationship is not about likability. It's about feeling energetic connection. And so I feel like that's the energy that articulates and says, if one moves towards a situation with your authenticity, and that authenticity like moves someone further away from you, then that is information, right? And even in the space by which that occurs, it allows for a deepening intensity as it relates to recognizing what it means to be energetically aligned. And this brings us to the energy that's moving deeper into divine union right now, those world relationships, right? Because what's happening in those world relationships right now? They're learning from one another, right? Seven of Cups in its reversal. Seven of Cups in its reversal is the beautiful journey of learning from one another. And in the space by which we learn, look at this. Like I would even say with some of these world relationships, it's not that they're energetically perfect, right? It's not that they identify that they do something that feels like it's perfect, but they're on that journey to energetically learn more together, because in that learning, right? In that learning is nurturing, right? They're learning and nurturing together. And as they nurture, they can, so too do they continue to learn more. Now, this brings us to the energy that is back, like the moon relationships. And the moon relationships right now, clarification between our Five of Swords in its upright in combination with our Page of Swords in its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification with our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. So here's the thing with these moon relationships, and I need to point this out. I feel like a lot of these moon relationships right now are working through a lot of situations as it relates to energy trying to effectively project something upon them. And the thing you have to understand is when somebody's carrying fear, like when somebody's carrying energetic fear within them, they're always looking for someone to cast that fear upon, right? Because rather than doing the work to be able to understand their fear, they try to effectively embody, like they try to create fear in others. So I feel like it's really interesting because for a lot of those moon relationships, they've had to navigate these moon relationships. One of the reasons that they've avoided partnership is having to navigate other individuals' projections upon them, right? Which is the modality by which another person hasn't worked out the fear within them. And in the space by which they don't try, in the space by which another person has not worked out the fear within them, they try to accuse another person of being the source of the energetic fear. But this is why we often articulate that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, because fear makes us the source by which others are afraid. That those who have not handled their fear correctly are often in the hemisphere of throwing wild accusations everywhere, right? Because it saves one from doing the necessary self reflection as it relates to the nature of the things we feel insecure about. So I feel like this is interesting because I see that these moon relationships are very self-aware. They've done a lot of work in terms of navigating their own energetic spaces. Like, look at these cards here. We've got the Page of Swords in its upright with the Five of Swords in its upright. Okay. So this is the energy that says, right, that it's not the fact that they don't have fear, but they confront their anxiety on the daily, right? Because this is what we mean. Like the difference between those who are in a fear based mentality, right? The fear based mentality by which you live a life by which you never see anything because you're constantly keeping your head down because the fear is coming from inside the self, right? Everywhere you go, there's the fear because you're carrying it around with you and you're not doing the work to introspect and understand the source of it because you're keeping parts of yourself shielded from yourself. And when you keep parts of yourself shielded from yourself, Aquarius, Pluto and Aquarius teaches us that you'll see that fear everywhere, right? Like that's the hard part about it. That is what Pluto and Aquarius teaches us. There's no shielding the self from the self because if you don't heal the self, then what you see in others is a reflection of what you won't admit about the self. Right? There it is. So when another person is casting judgment on another, what they're really doing is they're revealing their hidden fear, right? There it is. Somebody casting judgment, immediately exposing themselves because they're revealing what they're most afraid about their own person. So when you recognize the nature that those who are casting judgment are usually trying to point away from the self, and in the space by which they cast judgment, they reveal the self, then you pay a lot of close attention to what others say about individuals or what others say about other groups or other people, right? Because what they're really doing is they're describing the nature of their darkest, right? That is the darkness that they won't address, that they would rather that the unconscious is putting on another because they themselves won't face it from within. So we see that that's a lot of the energy that is articulating and recognizing that, and it doesn't make it easier, right? It doesn't make it easier to navigate, right? It's almost a little embarrassing, right? It's almost embarrassing to see somebody doing that. And I keep on hearing it would be embarrassing if it wasn't so malevolent, right? Like that's the hard part about it. If it wasn't so malevolent, it would simply be embarrassing. But the space by which another person articulates their full contention, right? Like that's often the state or nature by which another person says, like, this is why you often see somebody like when they really say, like, I hope for the best for them, like that's what they mean, right? Because it's often articulated by the voice of profound concern as it relates to something within the self that another individual isn't energetically addressing. This brings us to, and I feel like there's something about that even in the space by which that express that to one another, they feel supported because they recognize that they've already mutually cleansed themselves from those energetic journeys. continuing to get clarification between the Page of Swords in its upright and the Seven of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? This is bringing us back to, yeah, the Seven of Wands in its upright. And here's the thing I've noticed with some of the energy that I feel like is in solitude. I would not be surprised if there's some energy right now in solitude that is trying to have conversations with an individual and the person says, I don't know what you're saying, right? Or tries to articulate the fact that another person is speaking nonsense or jargon, because you have to understand that when one does not have the network of intelligence to understand something, then it feels like jargon. This is why often the books say, let those who understand, let them hear. Let those that can speak, let them speak. Because when you don't have the energetic intelligence to grasp something, it sounds like babble, right? When you don't have the attenuation point to energetically grasp something, then it sounds like another person is babbling, right? It sounds like another person is utilizing a lot of words that lack meaning because the mind cannot energetically grasp it. But this is why we do the work to seek to energetically understand. Because when we are working, right, when we're working to become energetically intelligent, right, then we try to see into something and understand the quality and nature of being able to define what another person is energetically expressing. So I feel like it's really interesting because I literally see situations right now with energy and solitude, right? All they're doing is talking about the things that energetically appeal to them. And in the context by which they appeal to someone, I keep wondering if they get like a blank stare, right? Or someone who tries to distract because they're not able to energetically understand what another person is saying, right? What do we see the energy in solitude doing? They're saying exactly. Moving on, right? They're moving onwards because it's the understanding, the quality and the condition by which, right? The quality and condition by which those who don't understand, what does one do when one doesn't understand? One tries to move into a state of mockery, right? One tries to come into one tries one's another's insecurity expresses itself, right? One's insecurity effectively expresses itself in the context of when another person is doing that. What they're really saying is, I don't understand, and I'm too insecure to articulate it, right? I don't understand, and I'm too insecure to articulate it. So I'm gonna address it like something is energetically funny, or I'm gonna address it like you're not necessarily making sense. But in those moments, we understand that we're not necessarily in an alignment, and that allows us to be able to energetically proceed more effectively. So what do I see a lot of the energy in solitude doing? They're getting they're recognizing and understanding the profound power of their words, and they're allowing those words to act as protection, because the modality or the experience by which they themselves are articulating, right? Like this is what we talked about. Do you catch the drift? Do you understand the vibe? Like when you understand that your words, that the way that you communicate is giving another person the opportunity to pass the vibe check, right? Then it's a space or nature by which you don't start speaking less, you start speaking more. And this brings us to, and so I feel like this is I keep like this is what I see with a lot of these energy and solitude, right? They're articulating more, and they're also in the space by which they're seeing, right? They're not allowing another person's reception of their words to change those words so much as they're observing and absorbing whether there's energetic alignment there, right? Final card for today's spread, and this is bringing us back to those world relationships, but I also feel like it's coming into the harmonic point of all of the work that we see across all of the frequencies right now. Clarification between the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal with the 7 of Wands in its upright. Yeah, we got the 6 of, it's like 6 of, I love this. The tea is not for everyone, and that's okay. That's okay. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, that's what it means when you love yourself, right? And I like to point this out, and this is why I'm going to point out a queen of wands in its transverse is a queen of wands in its upright. And why is a queen of wands in its transverse actually a queen of wands in its upright? Because the qualifier of a queen of wands is the space by which the queen of wands says this tea is not for everybody. That's because it's a specialty. Okay, it's a specialty. That's what makes it a specialty. Okay? And when you understand that we all have a specialty. Guess what? You are the specialty of yourself. There is only one tea that exists in all of existence, right? And that is you. You are a specialty of yourself. And in the context of understanding, this is why we talk about nobody's special. Nobody's special, everyone is precious. No one is special, everyone is precious. Because when you start to articulate and say the tea belongs to me, that's not your tea. Right? That's not your tea. Because why would you need to defend something that you embody? Right? Why would you need to defend something that you energetically embody? When you say this is my tea, that is never has something not been your tea. Right? When you say this is my tea and my tea alone, never has that not been your tea. Because if that was you, then why would you need to claim ownership upon oneself? What does that mean? Why are you claiming ownership upon yourself? We don't claim ownership on things that we embody. We don't claim ownership on things that we embody. We don't claim ownership on things that we embody. So when we articulate that we need to defend something, never have we felt more separated from it. This is what we talk about with coveting. Okay? You're not going to defend something that you're embodying. How could you defend something that you're embodying it? Why does it need to be defended? You are the embodiment of it. Why are you defending it? All you need to do is embody it. All you need to do is embody it. And in the space by which one effectively embodies it, then you see the insecurity. You identify the insecurity of others that claim something needs to be protected. Never have they been farther away from embodying it. Because when you understand that the nature of love is generosity, you don't need to start saying that love is in danger. That's you trying to claim ownership on something, right? You only claim something's in danger when you fear you're losing your connection to it. So the observation of understanding that the nature by which another person insists that something needs to be energetically defended is often the state by which another person is trying to claim ownership on something that is not for them, but rather the work that we do when we care about each other, we create sacred spaces for one another, right? When we care about one another, we carry each other, which is the observation of caring and bringing that consideration into everything we do. And that doesn't mean we carry each other, right? That doesn't mean we drag each other across thresholds. But the observation of taking one another into consideration is how we effectively do things most effectively. And so I feel like there's something very important about that, because often you have to understand this, the space or the power by which we learn, we have to be ready, right? Relationship is not about finding, it's about perpetual preparation. Perpetual preparation, bottom of the deck, King of Cups in its bottom of the deck, right? It's not about, you don't wait for the perfect relationship, you perpetually prepare for it. Which means every day when you think about being in separation, there is no separation. You're in union. You're always in union. Whether that union is embodied outside of the self or inside the self reveals how closer you feel connected to it, right? Because I guarantee you'll find that perfect person when you feel like you don't energetically need them, because we don't need one another when we're one another's blessings. When we're working to harmonize ourselves, we move into energetic alignment with those that are in alignment to us, because we don't look at something from a point of desperation, but we look at something from a point of energetic completion, right? This is why we talk about counterparts, right? Counterparts identify the state or nature of completion, not energetic necessity. So, what's beautiful for a lot of these strength relationships, and this is happening across all of the frequencies, right? It's not the space. It's not the space by which energy, right? It's the understanding that when you're looking for a perfect relationship, it's not a scavenger hunt. It's about finding the perfect version of self that's going to walk right into one. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I'll never DM you. I'll never PM you. I'll never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the ACE cards. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Thursday, July 17th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 2 cards of the minor arcana. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've been seeing energetically prior to having that class, or everything we've been studying energetically, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible for the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There is definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I'd encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedules and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on this new moon that we experienced. I'll be having one out shortly on the full moon we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or biweekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Kath. You got our highest gifter today. You'll have an additional card. You'll have a free reading. Nicole, you came in second. You will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, I've got 2 spots left before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, if you're on the hold list and would like to be added back to the list, I just need to know the date that you've been added if you'd like to claim one of those spots. And if you're joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. Also, please keep in mind your paid membership entitles you to the same benefits that we've articulated for those who are super fam or paid subscribers on the Clock app. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. And also, friends, we are at 48.1K likes over on the Clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You're so welcome, Janae. And Grand Rising, Laurel, so good to see you today. Thank you for sharing the live, Chasing. I'm going to start packing. I'm listening, waiting. Absolutely. I got you on the list, dear. No problem. Life Path 5, sending you support on that journey, Chasing. Not for the meek, not for the weak. Analyzing relationship energies. Yep. I need to point out, Yahshua did not say that to worship what Yahshua. Yahshua said to effectively embody the practices that they were articulating and to care about one another. Yahshua did not say just worship me. There's no context by which Yahshua ever asked you to worship them. Yeah, they articulated that's how we should embody it. We should embody that the space by which we articulate to others that we are each other's sanctuary and each other's restive spots. Absolutely. And thank you, Essie, for the follow. I need to point out, if there's a higher power, you trying to be possessive of the higher power and articulating that it's yours is indicating and giving clarity in the fact that you believe that there are others. Right? If the higher power exists, then your ability to claim dominance on it by trying to identify that it's yours is not something that's above you. It's something that you yourself are trying to energetically control. So I just want you to be aware of that. You should never put a my connected to a higher power because that's you potentially claiming the fact that you have dominance over it. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for receiving this message, Avatar. And thank you for also receiving this message, Tupi. I needed to hear that. Sending you support on that journey, dear. The nature of their insecurity. Yeah, it is. Glad it's not me. Absolutely. And thank you for reposting, Ella. Always appreciate when you guys repost. Justin, thank you for the follow. And Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thanks, Adam. Hi there. I was wondering if my life path is aligned. I'm happy to read for you on that, Broken. If you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 spots available today, but I hope these messages help today. Jenny, thank you for the follow. The tea isn't for everyone. I love my tea. You have your own tea. And thank you for the follow, Broken. Grand Rising, Nicole. This is why every individual is uniquely created. Tap to claim. I do my best here, Broken. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Absolutely. Thank you for those hearts, Janae and Takara. Oh, welcome, Nikki. Good to see you today. Thank you for the compliment reel. And thank you so much, Megan, for those gifts. I appreciate you. How you doing today, Blaze? Welcome, Cider. It's been a chaotic roller coaster. I'm used to it. You're so welcome, Kath. Looking forward to our read. I've got your cards out already. Absolutely. Has me thinking a lot about why we don't take ownership over things we embody. But that's the thing about it, right? Like you'll often see this, like those who are energetically embodying things are not feeling the need to run around trying to defend things all the time. Like you can absolutely hold that reading, Kath. Thank you for those hearts, Nicole. You're so welcome, dear. Like unless someone's bringing inappropriate. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Ivana. Thank you as well, Janae. And we got to 50K. Yay. None of us know what the true form exactly. But it's remarkable, right? Like the space by which someone tries to articulate my as if one could possess it. Right? Like there should be no my involved when one is trying to honor something. Absolutely. It's no problem, Kath. I appreciate it. All right, let's get started. Excellent. All right, so we're going to begin. Before we continue, though, we got to our 50K. Thank you guys so much for over on the clock app for helping us get to 50K. I will be giving a gift reading back to the collective. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between, let's see here, thinking of a number. I got it. I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 53. First person I see that posts the number will get the free reading. First person I see that posts it, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different. Laurel got it. Congratulations, Laurel. That was fast. All right, we will do that again when we get to 100K. Thank you guys so much for tapping that screen. Absolutely appreciate it. Excellent. All right, the next person we are, and if anybody else wants to get on the list today, it's 3 cards for a donation. Look at, and I love, my favorite thing is when we see the synchrony that happens when people start posting random numbers. Prakam and Salrock, look at that. That's incredible, right? All right, and you were close too. You were close. It was 31. All right, we are going to get started. And thank you, Andrel, for those heart me's. Guys, please remember, if you are joining us on the clock app and would like an animal oracle card on top of your one free 1 card reading, please make sure to recharge your heart me's. Kath, thank you for letting me know the question. I already got your cards coming up. They came up. They came up before we even started the reading. I got you, dear. Thank you for those roses, Andrel. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you, Daniela, for those sparkles. I appreciate you. All right. We are going to get started now. Before we get started with Kath's reading, I am going to warm up. We are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. That sounds awesome, Alexandra. 4. I'm like jealous. 3, 2, 1. We got the air dragon. All right, let's get to it. These cards, man. Kath, these cards threw themselves out of the deck before we even started the collective, and I knew they were yours. All 4 of them are out. I'm going to read over your question now. You were thinking of the dragon. Okay, thank you. Yeah, let's talk about it. Okay. I like that. I like that thinking, Nicole. Okay. And Julia, thank you for getting on the list. My friends, we've got 1 more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. Mm-mm. 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 Yeah, there it is. I got the Temperance card in its upright with the 8 of Cups in its reversal, with the Strength card and the Devil card in its reversal. Before I even pulled those cards, the message I was getting through that was coming through one of your guides was, help me pull the pin with harmless. Help me pull the pin with harmless. Everything they're saying to you, help me pull the pin with harmless. Which is, I keep on seeing, all right? I feel like the space, I see something about your name being like fine china in a relationship. Your name is fine china. It's only something that's brought out on special occasions, or when another person is trying to articulate a point on something, right? Like I just keep on hearing your name is the fine china in a relationship. It's only brought out on special occasions because it's somebody who realizes that somebody carries an energetic sensitivity to it, is what I see. It's somebody who recognizes the fact that there's something between you and them, right? I keep on hearing palpable chemistry, palpable chemistry. So, and I want to point this out, the observation of another person, right? I literally see somebody who's had conversations with them about the uncomfortability that they have in potentially them building a connection with you because they recognize, I keep on seeing someone tries to articulate that there's something between you and them that is friends. And it's like everybody, like I literally see everybody with a megaphone around it going, they're not friends. They're not friends. Because I like to point out, usually you don't need to qualify, right? You don't need to qualify so rigorously upon the fact. And I keep on, and I like to point, like on the friendship is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, and again, even in the space by which you and especially in the space by which you would also articulate, right, that there's two, like, and here's the thing about it, like this is what mature energy understands, right? Mature energy sometimes recognizes and sees someone and says, we've got too much attraction between us to be friends, right? Done. Look how easy it is. Not everybody gets to that point in life, right? That's what mature energy does. Mature energy, immature energy, right? Immature energy will be like, we can be friends. You can be friends with anybody. Mature energy says sometimes you can, sometimes, right? Sometimes the feelings get in the way of friendship. And that's the most mature way you can take something because you can't control your feeling. You can't control chemistry, right? And what do you see? What do you often see, right? What do you often see somebody trying to do, right? And often what happens when somebody's like, oh no, it's friendship. And like inevitably it won't be if there's chemistry there. So, and often in the space by which it's acknowledged, it almost goes away. So I see a situation by which you've embodied that clearly, right? Like you're like, there's nothing even close, remotely close to friendship about it. But I see somebody that's calling, you're like, I see it like your dear friend. My dear, they keep on going, my dear friend won't let me see my dear friend, is all I keep on hearing, right? That's the argument that they're creating with someone related to your name, right? There they are trying to communicate to you. And there they are battling it out with their counterpart and saying, why won't you let me see my dear friend? And someone being like, because there's nothing dear friend about it, right? That's not a deer. They're going, that's not a deer. That's not a dear friend. They're going, that's not a dear friend. That is not a dear friend. That is not a dear friend. And I see you saying to them, that is not a dear friend. And what is this person doing? Friend, 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 right? Because what they're doing is, again, this is why the guide's saying, help me pull the pin on harmless. Help me pull the pin on with harmless, which is the observation. I literally see I literally see a situation by which another person has literally said to someone, you can do anything. Like you can do anything under the sun. You can do anything under the sun except go over there. You can do anything under the sun except over there. Right? Like they've literally made someone perfectly aware of how they feel about something and why they're not okay with it. And I want to point out, I don't see this is not that person being unreasonable. I literally see somebody that has a valid reason, right? This is not somebody saying no touchy. This is not somebody saying no touchy because they're bonk, like they're taking something harmless and seeing harm in it. They see it the way that you do, which is to say there's nothing friendly about it, right? And meanwhile, this person is trying to backdoor coming towards you by trying to articulate that they're just doing it under the guise of friendship, right? And that is why I see that, like, this is them trying to find a harmless way out of a perfectly good relationship, right? This is them trying to move through, like, this is them literally, like, if this is a situation by which somebody's literally said to them, you can do anything, right? You can do anything except, like, go towards this person for good reason. And what is this person doing? They're marching right over in that direction, and they're singing the friend song every step of the way, and they're singing to everyone around them. They won't let me see my friend. They won't let me see my friend. They won't let me see my friend. And then you and them are going, I'm not your friend. Because I guarantee you what will happen. Okay? I guarantee you that when you, like, this energy will act completely innocuous, like something is perfectly fine, until you're sitting down in front of them and they'll say, oh, by the way, this just ended my relationship. Thank you. Thank you. No, what we're doing here, yeah, this is a line that was crossed, and they will be violating your boundaries as well, because they did not give you permission, right? They did not give you permission to tell you the import. They did not give you permission in telling you the import of that meeting. So it'll be a double violation, because they're going to violate your friendship. They're going to violate your friendship in that moment, because they're going to only tell you that that's happening in the moment that it's occurring. They're going to say it's already happened. Yeah, they're going to say, as soon as I made my way here, relationship is over. Oh, and it's your fault, right? They're going to put that ending at your feet. They're going to say, this is what our friendship brought. It destroyed my relationship, because another person's being unreasonable, but they're not being unreasonable, right? Because if they were being unreasonable, they would have told you that that was happening beforehand, right? If they were being unreasonable, they would have told you that that was occurring before putting you in that position. So I see, like, everything I keep on seeing here, and the way you'll know this, right? Your confirmation is if they keep on using the word friend. If they keep on hitting the pedal, I keep on hearing, if they keep on pressing that pedal of friend, like pedal, I keep on hearing pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal, pedal to the metal, MEDE, pedal to the MEDDLE, pedal to the metal, right? Oh, they keep on trying to get in my business. I can't talk to anyone. They can talk to anyone. They've been told another person feels very sensitive because they know how they feel about you. And so they're going to try to utilize that as saying that it crossed the line, when they are the ones who in fact crossed the line. Because it's not crossing a line. And if you tell someone, I'm deeply uncomfortable with you pursuing a relationship, and then the person pursues the relationship under the guise of friendship that they know does not exist there. So if they keep on using that word friendship, make sure that you articulate. I'll guarantee you, if you don't want to hear them again, be like, remember, there's nothing friendly about between us. Put it into words. Type it down. Next time they message you, go, like, let's just acknowledge we could never just be friends. See how quickly it dissipates. Because that is you. That you articulating that is you saying the same thing that their counterpart is saying. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And I keep on seeing, if this person was deeply unhappy, they would resolve that situation rather than trying to pull you into it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open. I have one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I've already got a card out for Rhonda. Let me just take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. How you doing there, Ronaldo? What does that even mean, Nur Sultan? All right, let's get to it. And great, thank you for the follow. And HP, thank you for the follow. Or Rachel. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Oh, I've been seeing those, Alexandra. Yeah, excellent. I also asked if the counterpart knows about me, and they said no. Exactly. Further confirmation. Further confirmation, right? All we see. That's the one thing I don't think is true. I see somebody who knows very well who you are. They don't know that they're in communication with you. Yeah, I agree. We're not friends at all. I'm really curious what's going on. Yeah, this is what I'm seeing because they see. I keep on saying you're the pin. You're the innocuous pin that they feel that they can pull to remove themselves from partnership. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Z. Welcome. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Because it says to me like they're trying to articulate the fact that there's something harmless there, but there's horns on the harmlessness, right? Like it's a harmlessness with horns, which is somebody trying to say there's nothing, it's harmless. Another person being like, no, that's, you can't make it less harmful just by articulating that they're a dear friend. Yeah, it's a dragon friend, exactly. I also think the counterpart doesn't know me until we had a reading. No, I feel like I see somebody like like everything I'm seeing here, they're aware. They're aware. That's why. Like it says to me like they've noticed somebody who's very like they're, it seems to me like they're a little like they're aware that things are weird between you, you know? Yeah, they said a lot of issues between them. But here's again, right? If they're talking about their present person at like in the third person, that means you're the third party. If they're talking about their present person in the third person, that means you're the third party. Yeah, and thank you, Thomas, for the follow. I'll put that into words. You're so welcome, Kath. Yes, I'm really curious. Well, it says to me because, like I said, like their connection with you is them knowing that they, like, I see, like, they see you as their escape hatch. They see you as their escape hatch because, and when they try to do so, they're going to try to articulate that there's like, they're like, they won't even let me be friends with you. That's what they're going to say. Wait for them to try to weaponize that. Hi there, Rhonda. How you doing today? Happy to read the list, Julia. And thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. All right, the list we have right now is we've got Rhonda, Alex, Minnie, Takara, and Julia. And if anybody else wants to be on the list, I got room for one more today before the list will be closed. Oh, they're already, no, it's very clear. They're already trying to bring you into their mess. Yeah. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, hi there, Rhonda. Can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question? Hold on a minute. 1 second, please. Just bear with me a moment before we continue. And also just a reminder to anybody who's joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also get on the list today via my tree that is being in my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are non-paid members. Let's see here. Excellent. So, Takara, you're not. So I'm going to read the list again. So the next person we're reading right now is Rhonda. The list we have is Rhonda, Alex, Minnie, Takara, and Julia. And so Rhonda's next. Perfect. And Ro, can you please just, Ro, in order to confirm the read, can you just give me the first letter of the last name that the reading was sent through? Got you. Thank you, dear. All right, before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. How are you doing today, Vibe? I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the hawk. We'll do that again after the next reading. Always a really good sign when we're about to do a career reading. And I'm going to pin up Ro here. Guys, make sure to give Ro some love. You know, it's interesting. I feel like there's something you need to do right now that feels a little bit like slowing down. You know? And it says to me, like, slow, like, I need to point out, sometimes slow is sustainable, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting because it was coming through really, really strongly in relationality to something that you're energetically trying to do. And I keep on getting, slow is sustainable. Because slow is sustainable because slow allows for the ability to have something grow, like something growing slowly is the sound of you defying expectations, is what I keep on getting. And I like to stress that word defying expectations feels really important because, like, it's interesting. I don't know what I keep on seeing. Like, I feel like I see you having to navigate some energy that like tries to do something. Like, I see you trying to upscale an experience, is what I'm really seeing. Like, I see some kind of situation by which you're trying to energetically upscale something in terms of helping another person identify and recognize the energetic possibilities there. You know, like you don't do things by half measure. You know, I see you very much like that go you got that go big or go home kind of energy. And the thing about it is you have to be in an environment that recognizes what a gift that is. Right? You have to be in an environment that recognizes what a gift that is. Because if not, right? Like, I literally see you having to navigate situations with someone being like, "Is that so necessary?" And you being like, "Yeah, if you want to come across as professional, right? If you want to come across as professional." And I think that that's really important because and here's the thing about it. Like, you are a professional. And the thing you have to understand is when we're doing something professionally, then we articulate that we care about it because our credibility is connected to it, right? Like, our credibility is energetically connected to it, which is the space. And I know it sounds wild, but this is often the sound of someone missing. Like, you moving through someone's life is often the sound of them missing a golden opportunity, because I see you, everything you touch becomes more professional, right? There you are touching things, making them more professional, right? And why, when you do that, why would anybody say, could you stop touching that? Why? Because you're making them look like an amateur. That's coming from a guide. Because I literally, I think it's interesting because I just keep on seeing, I don't know why, like, I feel like I see some kind of situation with someone around you that's trying to do something to fluff their own feathers, is what I keep on getting. And like I keep on getting like, what's with feather fluffing? Um like the thing about feather fluffing is, and I think that you probably have this conversation, right? Why is something, when we know what our purpose is, we can answer our why. And when we say why, we mean, why is this so important? Why do you care about this? What is the meaning that it has to you? And I feel like I see you going through a very difficult um, period right now, because I literally see you in the process of trying to make something more professional and having to kind of drag some energy across the threshold of it, which is the observation of being able to articulate. And I want to point this out. I feel like this will be helpful to you, right? If you feel like you are doing something and other that you know the best way to go and others don't agree with you, I need you to start building predictively. And when I say predictively, I mean, you can say, okay, we can go that direction, but can I tell you what I think what we can find there? Right? Like the situation by which you can articulate to another and say, we can go in that direction, but this is what I assume we will find there, is helping others understand that you know what you're talking about. That's you helping others understand the quality and nature by which you say, like, and that's, I know it's bittersweet, right? Because I don't think that you want to build into an I told you so. But you have to understand that's not you building into an I told you so. That's you being able to energetically predict something occurring and having a solution for it ready in the waiting in the wings, right? And you don't have to say in those moments, I told you this would happen. You say, this was what I was concerned about. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Knight of Pentacles in its upright. And the thing we have to, like, the thing I feel like it's interesting because I don't know why, but like, I feel like I see you having a lot of opportunities coming towards you right now. And something about those opportunities, um, don't like, I want to just stress this. Don't be getting in any kind of feelings war with someone right now. You know, don't be getting into, don't be getting into some kind of like silly feelings war as it relates to another individual having some kind of feelings on the fact that you're trying to do something professionally. Because the thing about it is, and here's the thing about it, like, I feel like the best thing you can do is articulate to another and say, it doesn't feel very professional in here, right? Sometimes you don't need to get in an argument with someone Sometimes all you need to say to someone is, it doesn't feel very professional in here, which is the observation that when things are getting too emotional, they're drifting away from professional. Because professional, like, feelings are helpful in the professional space if they're leading to solutions, right? And you'll often see this. You'll see energy turn their nose and walk away from situations when energy shows the fact, like, they're too wrapped up in emotionality than actually doing something with a sense of prioritization and purpose. So I would say this is not the time for you to, like, get too like, don't get too much in your I feel like it's hard because I see a lot of energy around you acting irrationally, like, I see a lot of energy right now acting irrationally. um don't let their irrationality affect your logic, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like, don't let their irrationality affect your logic, which is the conversation by which you articulate to another and you say to someone, like, you know like, the only way, like, I almost see you saying to someone, the way you fix something is not by insisting that it be fixed, but in the space by which you say, where, like, what does progress look like, right? And even in the space by which I see you saying, like, look, I can accept this now, but this is what I need going forward. I want you to think more about building plans, because I feel like I see you right now going through some kind of energy that feels like a stepping stone, right? And the thing I keep on seeing, like, the hard part about it is, like, and this is what I mean with some of this, like this is what I mean, like, you kind of having to navigate some, like, less than desirable energy, right? If they're pointing you in the direction of energy, of stable energy, like, remember, like, you can be, I keep on hearing, like, patience and receptivity, which is being able to effectively work through something, but in a way, like, being able to work through something, but in a way by which you yourself are able to energetically articulate upon what it is you're trying to do and how it energetically connects to what another person's doing. You know, I feel like this is also you telling another person what your aspirational role is, right? Make sure that you're writing down what that aspirational role is, because I feel like there's some kind of conversation you're going to find yourself in soon that's going to allow for some kind of new opportunity to form. Thank you so much, Ro, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. I knew I said frog to mess with Mickey, but I knew it was the hawk. That's amazing. That's so good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so funny. All right. Yes, I'm a Taurus. So yeah, I can see, like, the thing about, like, I see you kind of being able to work more like, like, I feel like your patience is requiring you to have to, like navigate, like, I don't know why. I feel like I see a lot of energy crashing out around you right now over things that aren't necessarily that important. Yeah. And thank you, Zakimi, for the follow. Yeah, there's a lot of changes happening right now, and it's going to get emotional. Sending you so much support on that journey, dear. What was filtered, Nicole? You got it this time. Let me double check. Excellent. I saw it, Nicole. Well done. Absolutely. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Okay. All right. How are you doing? Welcome from India, Digambran. And if I ever say your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. And thank you for the compliment, Cindy. In disco, under the DMs, I got you, dear. Just remember, if you are a super fam, you can have access to our super fam only disco channel where you can introduce yourself to the collective. You'll also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is on Thursday, July 17th at 6 p.m. 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the 2 cards of the minor arcana. Okay. And I'm just pulling up Alexandra's question here. Is this inside tea or outside tea, Alexandra? And as we wait for that answer, we're gonna warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I'm gonna count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you so much, Classy, for those jewels. I appreciate you. Excellent. How is that political, Mendo? I'm not quite sure what that means. All right, let's get to it. All right, before we continue right now, let's see. Outside tea, perfect. I'm going to pin up Alexandra here. Guys, make sure to give Alexandra some love. Also, a reminder to anyone joining us over on the place where you keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio. We've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Hi there. How you doing today, Viddy? And welcome, Austin. Thank you for the compliment. All right, we're reading right now for Alexandra. I had been keeping my options open when it came to dating. I wanted to wait for my divine counterpart to come in, but I decided not to be in a state of waiting and instead be receptive to who approaches me at this given time. Once I made that decision, I ended up hanging with one of my friends this past week, and the attraction was there before I had suddenly sparked into a romance. I'm not sure how we are in terms of compatibility since it's so early, but they have been considerate, a gentleman and communicative, which made me feel there could be potential there. Could I get a read on the dynamics? A part of me can't help but feel I've rushed into dating instead of being patient for DC, but part of me also feels like exploring this connection could still be something nice. Mixed feelings. I got you, dear. Excellent. All right. 4 cards out for Alexandra right now. And 2 more, please. I mean, in terms of what I was recognizing in relationality to speaking upon, like, I feel like I see somebody that's felt this way about you for quite some time. But I also see somebody, like, I see somebody almost as articulating upon the fact that they didn't want to make something weird. You know? I also see somebody who's been going through a lot of changes in their own life right now. You know, I see somebody who, like, especially over the last 4 months or so, I don't know if this person, like, I feel like there was something that happened in this person's life that's made them decide that they need to take, I keep on seeing like a more serious direction about things, or they're getting more serious in terms of identifying what they know, like what they know that they need. um I don't know why I keep on feeling like this person lost someone that was very close to them, and it's brought them into some kind of soul searching, you know. um because everything I'm identifying, particularly with this Page of Cups and its reversal, with the Fool card and its reversal, um the best way I can describe this is it's showing me someone who feels like they weren't energetically prioritizing the right things, or they're recognizing that they need to change something fundamentally, um because they don't want to end up the way that another person did, is what I keep on getting. It's like it feels like a wake up call moment, you know? Like they've gotten that wake up call. And there's something about that wake up call. I would almost say, like, I almost feel like this too person, like I almost feel like this is a type of energy of someone who used to like not believe in anything. It's funny, it's like I feel like I'm reading somebody who's questioning their lack of faith in things, which is someone who used to be potentially like dogmatically against believing in things, but they're going through an experience by which they're starting to question their own um their own deniability, is what I keep on getting. Particularly, and it's funny too because I've got a guide around them. Like I've got a guide around them kind of taking some kind of opinion of going like, explain this, right? Like it's giving me like, I love when a guide sees somebody in a state of not believing something, and then they start doing like, explain this, right? Because I literally see somebody that's going through some experience being like, I don't have a logical explanation for it, you know. um but I think in that way I see somebody that feels very drawn to you, because something, I don't know why, like I don't know if there's something about you having very in-depth conversations in the realm of how you perceive things or what you hold precious. But I feel like if anything, I see somebody who sees you as some kind of doorway to perception, if that makes sense. Which is like the feel, like it says to me, like it's the feeling by which every time they're with you, they feel like they leave a situation knowing more than they knew before, is what I keep on seeing. Like I just keep on seeing someone that I've never met someone like you before. And there's something about that, not meeting someone like you before, which is why I see somebody that was potentially being so careful in terms of communicating how they feel about you, because I see somebody whose like greatest anxiety is doing something that might require that might move you further away from them. um There's a lot of protectiveness I'm seeing here. I don't know if this is someone who's been there for you. Um, as they've seen you have to navigate uncomfortable situations with others. But I just keep on hearing someone say like they don't want to be on the list of those who have hurt you, right? Like I see somebody who is, it's not just the fact, like here's the thing about it, like it's not just the fact that somebody who cares about you here, they see what you deal with, is what I keep on getting, right? They see what they see what you have to deal with on the daily. And that's what I mean in terms of someone who like cares about you but doesn't want to make it weird to you, because I feel like this is somebody who has had to see you have to push away the advances of others that were trying to come on to you in some way, and you trying to do it like politely but in a way by which they themselves like it makes it hard, like it's like I feel like I almost see somebody like mortified because they never want to put that they never want to put you in the position of feeling like you have to deal with their feelings instead of feeling them in kind. Because it's not just the fact that I see somebody, like I see somebody who says, I see what they have to deal with on the daily. I don't want to be one of the people on that list, is what I keep on seeing. Right? They're almost like, I'd rather be able to be in protective mode than have to be in the space of someone who has to continually like who has to like navigate others. Like I feel like I don't know why it feels like this person feels like they see a lot more people trying to come on to you than you potentially recognize, is what I'm identifying here. You know, like it's, yeah, like there it is, like especially with that seven of pentacles in its reversal, right? Like I keep on hearing they don't want to be a part of the gross energy, right? And the gross energy is potentially like you having like creating a situation by which you feel like you have to spare their feelings because they can't because they can't take because they can't take a hint. So this is why I keep on seeing somebody who potentially like has waited for you effectively to come towards them. Like I keep on seeing this is if you were wondering what took them so long or wondering why they didn't admit it, this is the context by which they're articulating it, right? They didn't like they didn't want to they didn't want to come across like as some kind of lurker or somebody like or somebody who was trying to come towards you for any other reason beyond the fact that they just genuinely enjoy their time with you. And I think that in that way, like you have to give something like this a little bit of time, because I see somebody that's, you know, waiting for you to define it or helping to identify it more. Because I almost see somebody like I see somebody like almost genuinely surprised. Like I see like I see somebody that feels like you could have knocked them over with a feather in terms of whether they felt like you reciprocated it too. I almost feel like I see somebody who is preparing, right? It feels to me like you caught somebody just as they were preparing to try to talk to you about their feelings, which I almost feel like in a way is like the best way to meet them, as it were. Because I almost see somebody who feels like genuinely relieved that they don't have to be the one to have that uncomfortable conversation, that you've kind of like that you felt it too. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I have room on the list for one more person today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there. How you doing today, Kels? Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Thank you for reposting, Kels, and thank you for the follow. Devound. That's interesting. Go when she comes to use next so I can get the frog next time. I'm just reading the comments. Oh, you use frogs for your Ren Fair garb reference. Oh, that's amazing. Card was pulled right after my reading. That's wild. And thank you again, dear. So accurate. How you doing today, Kels? They said they're curious to know what is beneath my eyes. I never heard that before. Oh, that's what I said. Somebody who like wants to see how you perceive things. Yeah, they didn't want me to be uncomfortable at work. Yeah, because they go to one of the locations. Thank you for confirming. That's very sweet of them. They really have been good to me as a friend. That's incredible. Yeah, I love that. It's like the relationship is a higher priority than anything else. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like on the periphery until you're ready. Yeah, I like that too. They were careful. Yeah, we were careful with each other as we continue getting to know one another. Yeah, it's very sweet. I felt like it was a total left turn being where we were. Like I stepped into a different timeline. That's wild. You're so welcome. Excellent. I am doing well. Thank you, Kels. Halston, these are donation based readings. So if you'd like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more for those who are not subscribers. We read for Here Life Path, highest priority messages from Spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, symbol, and signal decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our reads, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Thank you for the compliment, purse as well. Excellent. The next person we're reading for today is going to be Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. I'm writing the script already. I got you, Minnie. Got it. General and disco. Outside tea is fine. And before we continue right now with Minnie's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with the intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We'll count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm just pulling up Minnie's question. Minnie, my career path has felt like a back and forth cycle rather than a steady climb lately. I experience a week where it's balanced, relaxing, efficient, and I feel a deep sense of gratitude towards my job. But then it's followed by more added to my plate, included significant new responsibilities that require me to manage even greater levels of inventory. I've also been asked to travel again for work, and while I did want to travel more for work, I'm also not excited about it anymore as it's tied with more responsibility. The sudden shift leaves me feeling burnt out and drained of motivation. Because of this lack of motivation, I find myself hitting a wall where it's difficult to even begin. It also pushes me into hermit mode where it takes me a long time to get back to my friendships. I'd like to know what the higher perspective is on the cycle. Is there this heavy workload and expansion point meant to prepare me for a promotion at this job, or are my guides using this discomfort so I can be gently redirected out of this role and into something entirely new? Can I get 4 cards in relationality to what's occurring right now in the career space. Thank you. You know, the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to something here, it feels like it has to do with the fact that there's some kind of profound change that's on the horizon. You know, there's a lot of energetic change that I'm identifying um in this reading. And I think that one of the things I keep on identifying is the responsibility is effectively a good thing, because it feels like that responsibility is almost being given to you to help you navigate the changes, as it were. I definitely see something connected to this in relationality to you effectively. I just keep on seeing um it almost feels like there's someone around you that's preparing for retirement. Like, I want to give you a little bit of the indication of what I'm seeing. I'm seeing a situation by which one person is potentially preparing for retirement, and there being some kind of dispersal of work that's occurring, which is the observation of someone not necessarily having to take the same role, but trying to effectively spread that role out. So I feel like this is definitely a positive thing in relationality, because this feels like the direction that they're hoping to move in with you. But that is also what we need to talk about, right? Because if you're navigating, if you're nav like if you're navigating those changes, like, here's the thing about it. Okay, this is the best way I'll describe what I'm reading for. If your frustration is not so much in the doing it, so much as feeling like you're being fairly compensated for it, then I feel like there is a solution on that imminent, is the best way I can describe it. So if you're worried, if you're feeling the frustration of doing something and not being compensated for it, then I keep on saying, like, solution incoming to a certain extent. Because I feel like it feels like this is a lot of work that's being done to energetically prepare you for new responsibilities. If this is something that you have no inclination of doing, right? If you have like no if this is something that you find like really not your bag, it's not something that you want to do in the future, and there's no amount of money that another person could give you that would make you inclined to feel like you want to do something like this, then this might be a good time to effectively articulate or recognize a departure point, is what I keep on seeing. Because the overarching observation that I'm getting here is having to do with, I keep on hearing more of this, right? Which is potentially somebody potentially feeling like you would be a natural in something, particularly as it relates to your own personability, right? Personability is beneficial when it comes to personability is beneficial when we ourselves are able to recognize that not everybody is great as being personable. And I just keep on saying that there's something about you by which another person has had conversations in terms of recognizing or energetically. I keep wondering, somebody who trusts you to comport yourself is what I keep on getting. Someone who trusts you to be able to comport yourself. That is why I feel like I see you kind of feeling like this is, it says to me that this is a sign of energetic things to come. And with, I keep on, and especially like potentially, like I said, the one thing I keep on seeing is I almost see a situation by which another person stepping back is not going to lead to another person stepping forward, so much as I'm identifying something that feels more akin to a dispersal of a role, which is potentially the removal of a role that is then given out to many different people, is what I keep on seeing. So I feel like I just keep on seeing, like, it feels like there's like 5 energies around this in terms of like everybody potentially having like a different responsibility or doing something in a different fashion. So like I said, I would not, like, if you're feeling like, if you're worried, like if you're feeling like some kind of expectation here of someone asking you to take over another person's position, it's not really feeling so much to me like that's going to happen, so much as they're saying that this is you getting a purview of that dispersal point in terms of how they're effectively aiming to energetically resolve something here, in terms of being able to, like, I keep on hearing, taking the responsibilities of one crucial person and spreading them out across like several reliable energies, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and that's why I'm going to kind of re-articulate that if you're looking, like, if the concern, I'm going to say it again because we don't look at the cards to make a decision for us, but I'll say, if the concern that you're having right now is being properly compensated for that work, I feel like it's a situation by which you'll feel very satisfied in terms of what you can potentially anticipate in the future, right? Particularly if you bring that up. But if this is something that you like don't necessarily like doing nor feel the inclination of doing, versus nor feeling like there's not really any kind of compensation point by which one would feel happy doing it, it might be a good opportunity to kind of look about like having an opportunity of experiencing or exploring different purviews in terms of working towards something that you might want to do that feels more closer to one's own heart space, is what I keep on seeing here. But it says to me, like, I feel like there it's like the cards I keep on seeing here, it's saying like expect some opportunity to come towards you within the next 3 to 5 months. 3 to 5 months is what I keep on seeing, which says to me like it's not something that's going to be immediate. It's something that I feel like is taking a little time because, right, I feel like they're testing the waters on something, or they're doing something, like they're trying something in the space of seeing, right? Like I don't feel like, I feel like it's somebody not wanting to effectively articulate it until, like, until they get your feedback on it, or until, like, I feel like until they see how you feel about it. Like I wouldn't be surprised if someone pulls you aside afterwards and said like, how'd it go, but more importantly, did you enjoy, like, did you enjoy doing that, right? Because it feels to me like I just keep on, I don't know why, but it feels to me, um it almost feels like somebody who's like looking for new locations or asking for you to look at new locations for them. You know, like it says to me like there's something very important about you kind of giving some kind of qualification in relationality to the climate or temperature that you found somewhere. So I just want you to be conscientious about that. You know, like this is, it says to me, like I keep on getting, it feels like a test run, but it's not just a test run of one. It feels like there's others that are being asked to do other things as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. I've got one more spot available today. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments as I was reading. Brittany, thank you for the follow. You're so welcome, Pishon. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Yeah, it's interesting because you said blah because it's really blah at work. I'm currently in Saturn lessons. I got you, dear. Yeah, at least there's that. Yeah, so the word personable has been coming up a lot. Okay, thank you for confirming. Yeah, I keep on getting something that feels more like a dispersal point. Yeah, that makes you feel better. I'm glad to hear it. I'll reflect on that. It's become if it's a income thing or if I'd like to do something else. Yeah, it feels almost like a timeline being expedited. Yeah, that's true. They're always asking me if I enjoy something. That's why they're asking, because they're asking if you enjoy it because they want to offer it to you. It feels to me like somebody is trying to see if they can move into something with more expedience, right? So I was feeling like there was some kind of timeline there that another person was potentially trying to expedite. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Takara. Takara, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, as I've mentioned, we've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Hi, dear. How are you doing? And for those who are interested, we read for here. Highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life mediumship, love readings, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, symbol, and signal decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Excellent. And before we continue right now with Takara's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the Animal Oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I've pinned up Takara here. Guys, make sure to give Takara some love. Mm-hmm. 2 more, please. And 1 more. Someone who's constantly insulting you is never going to honor you. You know? And here's the thing about it. Like, it feels to me like, and I think that you kind of know this, like, it's requiring you to have to lay some really heavy boundaries. But like energy like this, like, and I want to point this out, like, you know, I want to describe what I'm seeing here. It feels a lot like somebody who doesn't have control of their mouth, right? Like, and here's the thing about it. Like, what we say in the heat of the moment, like, that's still us, right? Like, we claim ownership of our words even in the heat of the moment, because what we say in the heat of a moment can change the nature of everything else we've said before it. And I literally see somebody that's saying, like, oh, well, you only remember me at my worst moments. Yeah, that's what trauma is. Yeah, that's literally, like, that's literally what trauma is. Like, that's that. Yes. Right. Oh, yeah, of course, you only bring up the things I did when I was an absolute monster. Right. Like, well, yeah, because you shouldn't be monstrous. Right. It's like when I see energy like this being like, oh yeah, like, oh no, no, they said that when I was being an absolute monster, being like, have you considered the fact that being a monster is not an excuse? Because that is not, like, most people have, like, that is what's called an anger issue, right? And what do people with anger issues often say? You can't fault me for what I do in my worst moments. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Because you should not, being in a relationship should not be an endurance exercise, right? Which is not to say, it's not to say that we're not all perfect, right? We all have those moments when we're feeling frustrated, right? That we feel frustrated, but not, but we don't take it out, right? We don't take it out on each other. And I feel like I see something, like, and it's saying to me, like, the hard part with energy like this is, and I want to, they're going to be back. And I want to point out, whatever this was between you, that was a bookmark. It's not a chalkboard erase moment. Don't let them wait this out. Don't let them try to wait this out, because you already know what's going to happen here, right? They're gonna energetically try to wait it out, and then they're gonna try to come back without even talking about it. And then you're gonna say, well, what about that? And they're gonna be like, oh my God, I can't believe you're still holding on. Of course you're still holding on to it. Of course you're still holding on to it. It was never resolved, right? Of course you're still holding on to it. It was never resolved. Why wouldn't you be holding on to it if it wasn't resolved? That's not you. Like, that's not you being stubborn. That's them refusing to acknowledge something that's wrong. And the part about it is they've got some serious boundary issues. I see somebody here. This is like serious boundary issues. And the problem with someone with serious boundary issues is that you never know where the boundary is. Right? Like, the problem with someone with boundary issues is usually not the fact that they're all up in your face all the time, or that they're far away. It's that you literally can't tell where you're going to find them from one day to the next. The song you sing when you're navigating someone with boundary issues is, where are you? Where are you right now? Right? Because when we're in a healthy relationship, we know where to find each other. And it's not too much to ask. It's not too much to ask, because when we recognize that we energetically are concerned about each other, then we understand that is not, that's not too much to ask. Right? When we care about each other and we're concerned about each other, then knowing where we are it effectively helps us feel energetically secure. It's normal. It's normal in a secure attachment to be able to know where we are from one moment to the next, because it allows us to be able to do things more effectively, right? But what do you often see with someone with severe boundary issues? you'll be like, where are you? And the other person will be like, why are you obsessed with me? Being like, it's not obsession. It's a reasonable question if you're not afraid to answer it. Right. So I think it's really hard because I see somebody here, right, who potentially has a tendency of trying to build into, right? I see somebody who's trying to wait out an apology. You know, it feels like somebody who's like literally recognizes the fact that they crossed the line with you. And I wish I could say that this is the context by which you'll never see them again. But I literally see somebody who's trying to wait out, like they're trying to wait out. They're also trying to teach you a lesson as it relates to questions, right? Like this is somebody trying to be like, I bet you'll never ask me a question again, will you? Right? And that's the thing about it. Like they can't hold themselves. Don't let them hold themselves hostage. Like they're holding themselves hostage, basically. They're like like they're going, let go of the questions or the relationship gets it. Let the relationship get it, right? Like they're literally like they're holding themselves hostage, right? And I need to point out, when someone's holding themselves hostage, being like, this is what happens when you won't answer questions, there's no relationship, right? A healthy relationship can endure an honest question. I think you need to write that down. A healthy relationship can endure a simple question. They blew up, but they never answered that question, did they? They accused you, right? They made a bunch of accusations, but they never answered that question, did they? Do you remember what the question was? Do you remember what the question was? That simple question that they then threw back at you and started making all those accusations, created a bunch of like a big boom to hide the fact that they never answered the question, a big boom to hide the fact that they didn't answer a question, right? So what do we see now? They're going to come back and be like, I'm ready to forgive you for making me upset. Ready? That's going to be the best part. They're going to come back and they're going to say, I'm ready to forgive you for making me upset. Wait for it. Because that's what it's basically going to come down to, right? They're going to completely try to change the trajectory of the apology that they owe you. And they're going to basically try to come back by saying, I'm ready to forgive you for making me upset, failing to recognize that they owe you an apology, right? When someone owes us an apology, right? Very convenient. They never answered the question. Big boom, right? Big boom. Now they're angry. Now they go away. Now they wait it out. Then they come back to you and they say, I'm ready to forgive you for making me upset. And when you say you never answered the question, they're going to say, how dare you? And they're going to blow up all over again. They're going to blow up all. Remember that question was a bookmark, not a chalkboard erase moment. You hold on to that question. You don't let go of that question. A healthy relationship can handle a simple question. And if it fell apart in the context of asking of it, then their silence was your answer. That explosion was your answer. X marks the spot. X marks the spot. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list is closed. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for especially if they started throwing insults at you instead of answering it. Especially if they started throwing insults at you instead of answering it. Thank you so much. How you doing today, Ullman? Thank you for those hashtags, Nicole. Appreciate it. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. We say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. Tap to claim. Mm-hmm. I'm at the point, yeah, you can't forget. You shouldn't have to forget, right? A healthy relationship should not require you to have amnesia. Mm-hmm. Sending you so much support. You've got big things happening right now. Continue. Don't let it distract you from what you know is for you. Mm-hmm. My reasonable questions go unanswered. Yeah, healthy relationships can endure a simple question. A reasonable question should never go unanswered unless there's something unhealthy going on. Tap to claim. But the thing is, yeah. You here's the worst part about it. Like, like, again, yeah, you can't lie. Like, it's the same thing. Pisces and Leos, you can't lie to Pisces or Leo. You know. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sending you so much support on that journey. The question was a bookmark. X marks the spot. Yep. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And sending you support, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Julia. Julia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And for anyone else who'd like to get on the list today, we've got one more person. We got one more spot on the list before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Nikki. No, I don't think that's the case. No, there are good Scorpios out there. In fact, I was just talking about the fact that, like, the problem, often what happens with Scorpios is when Scorpios feel like they need to defend someone else, they move into Libra. They become the Libra energy. I got you, Julia. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that that's the case. Like, unless you're dealing with an unhealed Scorpio, you know? All right, let's get to it. And before we continue right now for Julia's reading, as I mentioned, friends, we've got one more person on the list before the list is closed. So if you'd like to secure a reading today, now's a great opportunity. You'll be the next person read for. Okay. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. When we did the astrological read, it felt very similar for both. But you can find, we did an astrological reading yesterday, Snow, that you can find over on my stack. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. Well done, Laurel. Look at that. And thank you, Snow, for the follow. All right. I have to read over. This is Inside Tea for Julia. Just bear with me a moment. And just a reminder, if you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for our reads, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber-only disco channels in the appropriate channels. Oop, hold on a minute. Okay. Oh, wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm. Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you so much for that message, Julia. Can I have 4 cards, please? Mhm. So the most important message I'm getting right now from one of your angelics is the understanding that when someone can't touch you, they'll try to drag you down to their level. Like that was the biggest message that was coming through when I started reading for you. And it's sad, right? It's sad but true to a certain extent. And I like to think I like to point this out, right? It's not the context by which one like, and you'll often see this, like you'll see the full shape and nature of another person's projections full tilt when you're literally doing nothing but loving yourself, and somebody says, do you think you're better than me? And then you look at them and go, what are you talking about? Being like, do you think you're better than me? Being like, well, I'm not doing anything. Being like, do you think you're better than me? And being like, what's wrong? And then you suddenly realize, like, why are they so, oh, right? It's because they see you, right? They see you giving yourself the love that they desire, the love that they deny themselves, right? That's all it takes. I know it's tragic, right? It'll break your heart as you see it, but that's why we call it a heart opening, right? And I feel like you've been experiencing one, like you've been going through a heart opening. And what's a heart opening? When like what did you do? Started loving yourself, right? What's their problem with what's a what why do they suddenly have a problem with you? Started loving myself. Why don't you talk to that person anymore? Started loving myself. Why is that person throwing you so much shade? Started loving myself. Like it's it's like that's why it's called a heart opening. That's why it's like, well, that's interesting, right? It's interesting information, right? It's interesting information because it's like, what did you do? Apparently, something that was not allowed to be done. Apparently, like, apparently, and that's a sad truth about it, right? Like this is why we talk about sometimes, like, yeah, start loving yourself and be prepared. Be prepared. Be prepared for the walls to start coming down, right? Like, be prepared. Right? You start singing that I love myself song. And the sad thing is anything that comes down in the process of singing the I love myself song, right? Especially if that love, right? Especially if that love is not anything that you would not eagerly give another person, right? As long as the love of the self is in proportion. As long as the love of the self is in proportion. As long as it's the love of the self that you would eagerly give another, right? The most beautiful manifestation goal of all. So and all of a sudden, what do you see, right? It's all you're doing, right? Just minding your own business, loving yourself. Not that easy. Not that easy. Because all of a sudden, everybody, right? If all you're doing, right? And that's why you'll often see somebody who's on a healing journey, right? And they've got like a shocked look on their face 9 times out of 10. Because you're like, what did you do? And they're like, literally? Like, what did you do? I didn't do anything. I just, like, I started loving myself. All this stuff started happening. I don't know what happened, right? It's ridiculous. It's crazy, right? And it's heartbreaking, right? And how do you explain that to someone? How do you explain to someone like the sound of a relationship dissolving, but it could not stand the light of your own love coming back to the self, right? And that is why I keep on seeing the messages coming through on this, or a lot of the things that you're seeing in the meditation, because you understand, right, that is not exclusive, but it's the hardest thing to do, right? It's not exclusive, but it's the hardest thing to do. And when one is doing it, right, it comes into the space by which, right, others have to resolve or contend with the fact that in the space by which that's occurring, right, it sometimes can bring out others' energetic insecurity, right? It's pain. It's why it's called a heart opening, right? It's hard to explain, because you have to hold the pain of it, right? It breaks your heart even as you see it, because you know that there's nothing you can do to fix it. What are you going to start doing? Stop loving yourself as much, right? Like, yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't. What are you going to do? That's like, you can't. It's not something that one would ever desire to do, and it's also unreasonable to expect another person to do that. But often, like, when you're going through those experiences, um it can often feel like prepare for a heart opening, and prepare for it to get somewhat tragic to a certain extent. And the tragedy, you have to recognize, is often having to navigate some situations by which you can literally look at someone and be like, I don't know what your problem is. And then, right, what do the guides say? The guides go, the guys go, the guys are going, the guys in the back are going, I do. The guys are going, right? Like, it's like it's the guys being like, right? Like, that's like when your guys are like clearing their throat and being like, like, you're sitting there and you're like, it's hard. Um, so I think that one of the things you have to kind of recognize is that, you know, I feel like what we're like, one of the things you're having to navigate is, and this is why we often talk about the understanding, right? The reawakening process, because it's the observation of saying you couldn't like that love is your right, right? And it's right, and you know it to be right, because you know that you can feel it, you feel that connection to it, and your ability. And when you said, like, yeah, like, that's connected to the purpose of it, right? And what you said, holding it, right, it's hard, right? And the reason it's hard is because you see the ugliness that sometimes comes out in others when all you're doing is trying to put compassion on things. But your own ability to effectively recognize, right? Remember that when you're recognizing, right? When you're recognizing those moments that it's occurring, right? Then you're feeling the same pain as a divine love, right? A divine love that wants us all to feel that way, and is just waiting for us to energetically receive it or accept it. And the space by which, right, like, um I'll kind of articulate you, like, I'll send you a good story about it, right? Which is the observation by which sometimes, right, when you articulate to another the fact that that energy is welcoming, or the observation of that sense of profound welcoming that comes towards it, right? When another person is denying themselves of it, you recognize that the way that they deny that is by reviling against everything around them, right? It's like the denial that it's a denial that they choose to exist within because they haven't done the work to accept the self. So if you're working through that right now, I want you to understand that if you're experiencing that, or if what I'm saying to you makes sense, well, like that's what it means to hold it, right? And sometimes it's like I like to point out that sometimes when you're working through that, you know, it feels like your arms aren't wide enough. Bottom of the deck, like they are, right? It's not your job, right? It's not your job to change everything, right? And sometimes even in the context by which you experience it, um, remember, like the fact that you're feeling that is you moving through your purpose, and your ability of focusing on that purpose. Your purpose does not hurt others, right? Especially if you can define what your purpose is and you identify the fact that that purpose is energetically blessed. If another person like struggles with seeing you energetically moving in your purpose, that speaks more about their own insecurity manifesting itself through their projections than it has anything to do with something that you're intentionally doing to them. And a good qualifier to kind of help through that is often in the space by which you say, is there something you could do to change it beyond changing beyond changing who you are, right? Like that is not the condition by which we say to anyone, right? There's no condition by which we say to someone, just stop being yourself. But there are those that's often what another person broadcasts when it feels like they're navigating spaces by which they're projecting their insecurity on another, but not necessarily articulating what they could do to fix it. So remember, like if you're navigating that or feeling that, you're healing things. You're healing things in ways that are absolutely profound, right? Like just like that is like you're like that in itself, just experiencing that is healing it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Julia. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. And you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Excellent. Welcome from, yep, excellent. I asked my cat, oh, what happened, Laurel? What? Oh my goodness, Laurel. Hope everything is okay, dear. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Julia. That's a fact. When someone, yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for supporting each other in these messages. Mm-hmm. Thank you as well, Janae. Yeah, the more you love yourself and have integrity. Mm-hmm. Oh, you did. Oh, that's wild, Laurel. Thank you for also being here receiving these messages. Yeah, it's hilarious yet incredibly true. Thank you also, Janae. Yeah, unconditional love. I've seen. Yeah, but here's the thing about it, right? Like, and it says to me, like the way by which you articulated that, um, it should not create, like, that's the thing that's so upsetting about it. Like, it should not create an implosion moment in a healthy world, right? Yeah, it's difficult. I know. Thank you guys for supporting each other through these messages. I never really thought about it in this forum, but it's accurate. Thank you for also being here and receiving this message, Janae. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you as well for confirmation, Liv. Yeah, and the pain, it does break my heart and forces you to love on yourself even more. Yeah, you once did the same, and I'm not perfect. But here's the thing about it, right? You understand the quality and condition by which by how easy it is to feel like that. I think it takes time, Janae. Like, the thing about it is, like, our own ability, and this is the thing, when you move into authenticity, it becomes easier to be able to define one's purpose because it's working into the space by which one moves towards what feels natural to the self. You know? I like to point out usually it's not doing something more, it's sometimes doing something less. Mm-hmm. It's different for everyone, and that's why I like to do the mentorships, because the mentorships help me kind of identify where someone is on their journey and what, like, where they're effectively moving, or where they need to be, or what the effective desire is. I like to point this out, there's some experiences we go through and the guides are like, yeah, we're just going to keep that purpose under wraps for a minute. Like, now is not the time. It's not the time. Like, the guides are like, I'll come back. I'll come back when, like, I'll come back. Like, the guys walking, going, oh, you know, they're very patient in that way, right? Yeah, we all do. No, you should. Absolutely. Okay. Mm-hmm. No, and you do realize that. Like, I like to point this out. This is what I often talk about with guides, because, like, sometimes when you're like, like, sometimes you're like, you have those moments when you connect with a guide, be like, where were you? Be like, oh, there you were. Just couldn't see you. Yeah. That was the question that was asked to you. But I like to point this out. To me, that's a good sign of a good guide. A good guide never gives you directions. A guy's gonna ask you questions, right? A guy's gonna be like, "What do you need? Where are you going? Like, do you need a snack?" All right. We're going to continue right now. I have room on the list for one more individual if anybody else would like a full reading today. Um, absolutely. It's pretty wild, Power, because what makes you think anything I'm doing here is for your particular appeasement? I leave you to it. Excellent. And thank you, Daniela, for those gifts. I appreciate you. Excellent. All right, let's continue right now. So the next person, so the list is now open. I've got room for one more person on the list today. If anybody else would like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. LJ, thank you so much for the follow. Excellent. And so we're going to continue right now. We're now going to get started on the free 1 card readings for paid subscribers on the place where we keep the videos, as well as those who are super fam over on the Clock app. If you have a question that you would like to ask, go ahead and ask it. If you'd like to become a paid member or super fam, you can do so now, and your subscription will entitle you to a free 1 card reading. Ava, thank you for those heart me's. And guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's if you're looking for an animal oracle card on top of those 1 cards. Ivana, 1 card angelic, please. I feel like every time I read for you, this card's been coming up. And the thing about it is, I don't mind seeing a high priestess in its reversal. A high priestess is a high priestess, right? It doesn't matter what position the high priestess it is in, but it basically says, like, it actually, like, bottom of the deck, it's like a guide saying some energy does not deserve your high priestess energy, right? Some energy simply does not deserve your high priestess energy. And often when someone's demanding, right, you don't demand from high priestess energy, right? When you demand from high priestess energy, what does it get you? It gets you a whole lot of nothing, is what I keep on getting, right? Like absolutely. Julia, highest and best around expanded capacity. I feel like you're in the process of expanding your capacity, right? This is you effectively increasing your bandwidth to a certain extent, right? Animal, bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's going to upset people, right? You increasing your capacity is going to profoundly upset people that had plans for you, right? Right? But here's the thing about it. Like animal oracle card, earth dragon, right? Let them be upset. We do not have plans for one another, right? What does that say? Like, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird, right? Like, you living in a bliss state should not upset another person's plans. Next card. Alexandra, your card like flew. Did you see it fly out of the deck? We kind of articulated that there was somebody around you that's been kind of waiting to say something, right? They didn't want it, like, when energy really cares about us, they don't want to make it weird, you know? It's like it's giving the adder energy, right? I feel like what you're seeing right now is somebody who's probably has more restraint than anyone have you ever considered the fact that that individual probably has more restraint than anyone you've ever met? Because they would rather they were restraining themselves the whole time rather than wanting to make you feel uncomfortable about how they energetically felt about you. Julia. Whoop. Yep. Ava, one card in spiritual gifts. This card also flew out. The same card flew out twice. We've got the King of Pentacles in its upright. Yeah, particularly with the Page of Swords in its reversal. I feel like I see you. Like, I keep on seeing what you're looking for is looking for you. Right? Animal Oracle with the owl. Sometimes the ability, right? Not necessarily waiting. Like, I almost feel like I see a guide going, what are you going to do about it? Right? If the energy that's seeking you, right? What if the energy seeking you feels exactly the way that you do? What would you be looking for in order to energetically change something? Mm-hmm. Samantha, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. Hi there, Daniela. I got you, dear. Just reading over your question. Is that supposed to be a will or a with, Daniela? I just want to make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. I'm just going to wait for you to clarify the question, Daniela, before I draw on it. It's really fascinating, Kenny, that you feel that you know the will of a higher power. Yes, will the consistency return? I got you, Daniela. Can I get one card, please? One card, please, for Daniela in relationality to an energetic read on that individual. Got the Strength card and it's upright. I feel like there's something about you truly intimidating someone. You know? Like, I feel like I see somebody who recognizes they're everything that they've ever desired, but it's requiring a deep amount of change in terms of their day to day. You know, I see somebody contemplating and asking themselves if they're ready for those changes. Animal oracle. Yeah, and here's the thing with the swan energy, right? It's not up to you. Like, make sure that you're not waiting for them, right? Make sure that you're proceeding forward to a certain extent, because everything I keep on seeing there, you can't give someone, they need to find that confidence within themselves. You know? Like, you are not too much if you're everything they've ever wanted. Absolutely. White, these are one card readings for those who are paid members. So if you'd like a free one card right now, all you need to do is become a paid member. Kenny, I don't allow for fear-based mentalities to come in, because when you move through a fear-based mentality, then you are effectively trying to become the false prophet. So you're welcome to stay here, but you need to stop false prophesizing in relationality to something negative energetically occurring, because that is you becoming the false prophet that you're so concerned and worried about. I got the same rules that Joshua did. You can stick around as long as you're kind to myself and to those around you, but not if you're trying to use your belief to hurt others with it. Thank you. Much love to you as well, Daniela. Absolutely. And everyone, please pause on your one cards. We do have another card reading coming through. LJ, thank you for the follow. Never a jump, always a shove. I love that, Bridget. Avatar. I feel like somebody is I feel like this is wild, because I feel like somebody expected you to be like all over yourself missing them. You know? Like, it's what every time I read for you, it's like I keep on hearing someone be like, why aren't you crying? Being like, why? Like, it's weird, right? It's weird to see somebody. Like, it feels to me like somebody is like working through some kind of deep capacity of understanding that when we care about each other, we would never do something with the expectation that it would make another person suffer. You know, especially with this owl energy. You know, like that's weird energy. You know, in terms of like, and this is often the sound of someone like unhealthy locking themselves out of our life, because it's the understanding that we don't like play keep away with our energy. Yeah, thank you. I can't do a medical read, Bridget, but I can do an energetic one. It's hard too, because I'm reading into the energy. I'm reading into the energy that articulates upon like, it's saying to me, like, don't worry about me, I'm fine, you know? But it does seem like I feel like it's them kind of. It's funny because I was trying to read like, don't worry about me, I'm fine, but I was hearing, don't worry about me, I'm divine, because it feels to me, um, it feels to me like someone who is like they're moving back and forth energetically now, is what I'm seeing, particularly with this swan energy. You know, the thing is, like, when I like the thing, it's like when I read for older, like when I read for older cats, they always get like really profound. Like they start getting really profound because they'll never articulate like I see somebody that like is not just, they're just not as invested in earthly matters very much, is what I keep on seeing. Like they're paying a lot of attention to something that's going on in spirit right now. And I think it's interesting because like I feel like I see somebody that feels like they've done their job in terms of helping you reach some kind of energetic breakthrough point, is what I keep on getting. Mm-hmm. Like they're proud of themselves, is what I keep, like they're glowing with they're like, I keep wondering, they're glowing with some kind of feeling of a job well done in relationality to making sure that like they got you to some kind of energetic moment that's currently happening. Laurel, insights. I got you, dear. Mm-hmm. Please hold on a moment. All right, I need to take a pause. Hold on. Yes. One moment. Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. I got you, Janae. One card, guide message, please. I've got the Hangman in its reversal. So I feel like this is you potentially identifying or recognizing what you can effectively heal versus what is another person's responsibility to heal. Bottom of the deck, especially with this 7 of Wands in its reversal, right? Like not taking on the burden of another person's healing journey. Animal Oracle with the otter. This has been like, I feel like you're having a breakthrough right now in terms of this being a long time coming. Absolutely. You still show up as a regular, I don't see a super fan connected to you, Pops. You're so welcome, Bridget. And thank you, Miss Christian, for the follow. Mm-hmm. I don't feel like it's bothering her. I feel like I see somebody who's like, um, it's like, I feel like they think you're making a big deal out of nothing. Nikki, I want to ask, I need to step away. So would you be okay if we put your reading on hold and I'm able to give it to you tomorrow? I'll be happy to give you an extra card. And in that, if that's the case, also final call for anyone who has not had a 1 card yet, who needs a 1 card reading. And just a reminder to anybody, let me confirm right now, Yaz, I've got you. I got you. Mm-hmm. We got the 2 of Wands in its reversal. Energetically, I want to describe, this is a little bit of the result of the pre-retrograde shadow period that we're currently experiencing with the transition of Jupiter into Leo. So it can sometimes create a little bit of surreal feelings, particularly as it relates to feeling fully seated in the self that we're seeing, especially with the blackbird. So just make sure that, like I keep on hearing, just make sure that you're eating grounding foods, or you're doing things that help you kind of build into that present state, as it were. Laurel, can I have an energetic connection, please? What's going on with their spirit guardian? Just give them a little time. I feel like I see them energetically connecting with something, particularly with the World card, right? Just be energetically patient right now. Yeah, the blank manifestation. Okay. It's saying to me, like, I feel like I see somebody, like, I feel like I see your energetic, I see them almost as a magnet, and they've moved towards some kind of energetic anomaly. So just give them some time as they navigate it. One card for Nikki. And I can see the fact, like the fact you can energetically connect to them is because you're in a nodal space, which says like you can probably, like the energy is probably behaving in a weird way or in a way that you're not typically used to. I see somebody like there's a lot of heightened sensitivity that we're potentially picking up upon right now, especially with this Mercury, especially with this energy of the pre-shadow and with the Four of Cups in its reversal. It's interesting. Like this, they're missing somebody. I feel like they're continuing to articulate the fact that they miss somebody. They're going, where are they? Like they're going, where are they? Highest priority for Nicole, please. You're going to get through this. One foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. Yeah, you've got two guides. I keep on hearing the guides keep on affirming that they've got your back on this, right? Just continue to build positively, right? And write down what you need at this time, because I feel like I see some kind of new opportunity coming towards you. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages today. We will be back on tomorrow at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, all you need to do is get on the list today and you'll have priority, which means to be read for before we start the daily collective. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mod, K-Mag. I hope you get a beautiful rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.